On the Brooklyn Bridge tonight, voices strong, knowledge tight, thorough black talk in the air, changing minds, changing flair. From Brother Tad to Sister Kate, warriors got things to say. Sister Marcia brings the heat, Brother Blacksmith keeps the beat. Revolutionary waves they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral line. Thursday nights, the world will see Black Power Media on the screen. Facebook, YouTube, all align, breaking free from every bind. Social talk and politics, every voice breaks through the matrix. Commentary raw and true, for the many, not the few. Revolutionary waves they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral line. Ancestral line.
Standing strong on the bridge tonight. We got dreams and we got fight. Voices loud in the city's light. Change is coming into sight. History told by scars and pain. Echoes deep in every name. Legal truths we must reclaim. Through the storm and through the rain. Thorough black talk of you. With Brother Tad, Sister K, Sister Marcia, Brother Blacksmith. Cut the check or no vote, yeah. Justice calls from open skies. Tis the fall, ain't no disguise. Marching forward, no surprise. Strengthen hearts, you can't downsize. Every voice a sweet refrain. In this fight we share the strain. Through the joy and through the pain, bound together like a chain. Thorough black talk of you. With Brother Tad, Sister K, Sister Marcia, Brother Blacksmith. Cut the check or no vote, yeah.
We are foundational Black Americans. Our roots start here. Our story starts here.
We are not immigrants. Our lineage is the soil beneath this bridge, the steel in these cables.
We stand on it, remember?
We keep saying it, but people act like they don't hear us. Delineation matters.
Right. If the data lumps us in with everybody else, our lineage gets erased.
Disaggregation shows who's actually owed. It's about the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery.
Good evening, family. Welcome to another edition of Thorough Black Talk, which is Sister K Fighter, Brother Tad, Sister Marcia, and Brother Blacksmith, along with our weekly correspondents, Sister Brooke and Brother Divine, who have some good news to lay out on for the family tonight. You know, people say we ain't making moves. We making moves heavy. So without further ado, Brother Tad, you ready? Welcome to the Brooklyn Bridge, our Brother Tad, co-founder of the OG Wisdom Podcast. What's happening, brother? How are you?
Peace, sis. How you feeling? Can you hear me clearly?
I got you loud and clear. I got you loud and clear, brother.
I ain't do a sound check before I came on. I was I was on another channel listening to a debate that we was talking about in the chat.
Right.
Because I got a text that Doggy was mentioned. So I said, let me drop over there and see what's going on. We good money though, sis. We good money. I don't know why people are debating our position as foundational Black Americans, freedmen, American descendants of slavery, like all these little nuances. It's a collective identity we have to have. But I'm glad we got our sister Brooke and brother Divine coming on to spit that facts and fire like only them two could do. So I'm just buckle up, get ready for this ride, and enjoy. I won't call it a victory, right, sis? And pardon me, I'm all excited and I'm amped.
Go off, bro. Go off.
Because the beauty is, right, sis, you and I can speak for you and I, we're often always on the right side of history. Like I said before, and I say it again, you and I pivoted without even having a conversation because based on what we know, what we've learned, like a lot of shit people be talking about is ideal, but there's no real ideas and none being implemented. So that's why we stepped back. I remember in our days of straight Black pride when our brother Jeannie was going through what he was going through, and it's like, New York, why y'all quiet? He's like, because that ain't got nothing to do with us. Shout out to my brother Thorough King out in Texas. He had a show called Field African Refuge. And he asked me one day, he said, yo, you down with the African village and you down with straight Black pride. African Village is led by Dr. Ray Hagins. Shout out to him. Straight Black pride is led by the irritated Genie. Shout out to him. He said, them two men don't get along. So how does that work with you being leadership in two organizations where the people don't get along? I said, because I'm not in it for the people, for those two guys. I'm not in for the personalities. I'm here for the service of the people. I said, now with straight Black pride, we dealing with preserving the Black family. That's our expertise. You know, fighting this sexual agenda to effeminize our young men and make our little girls masculine. We see, and this is when they started pushing it in the schools. We was adamant against it. I said, the African Village is more of a research and culture group. That's something that my children and my grandmother can attend. I said, so it's not diametrically opposed. That's the leaders. And I don't do personality worship. That's why I could be in two different organizations. But I remember people, if you're in this organization, you're not rocking with this one because of that leader. And we still see that going on. Shout out to Dr. Umar. You know, if people don't like the representative of an organization, they still won't do the work. But that means you're a fan of these people, as my man Gutter would say. Gutter calls them fans. You're not in it for the
fans.
Yeah, all of these people are fans. Professor James Smalls was on both sides of the fence. He got called to the car.
Wait, don't go in, Tad. Let me get the other two for the fridge. Tad ready to go heavy. We started a box.
And this is like, because I'm like, come on. You and I are not even talking about specific instances that we know of. We just talking about what's in the public. Because the behind the door shit be something different. Make you say, I could have stayed in the streets.
Heavy.
I could have stayed in the streets for all of this.
Heavy. Let me get my sister Marcia, Africans on the Rise, up on the Brooklyn Bridge. You ready, sis? What's happening?
What up, sis?
Peace, family. Happy everything, right? This is our last full moon. It's cold out there, and the moon is cold, bright, and beautiful.
That moon is mooning.
It is mooning. I hope everyone takes time to meditate, relax, release, relate, repent, everything that you have to do to clear out this final month of the year and bring in next year in with sunshine. But it's a great day to be on board with everyone, like always. And it's what do I say? Fantastic, Blacktastic Thursday. And it's a Blacktastic Thursday with Blacktastic people. Sister Keisha, how are you feeling? Brother Tad, how are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored.
That's
There you
great.
go. Kudos,
That's
kudos.
great. And peace to the audience.
Yes,
Glad
yes,
y'all
yes.
all here today for another powerful chit chat.
Let me get my brother Blacksmith, the Bronx, coming up on the Brooklyn Bridge. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening, brother?
I'm
How are you?
Blacktastic. I'm Blacktastic. Glad to be back. I see Tag got my greeting on deck.
That's
I'm
right.
up on the roof. You already know. You already know.
Nanu.
It's the wing guy. You're looking
Let
good
me
over
tell you
there.
how this work, brother. You and
man.
Tad matching, me and Sister Marcia
right.
matching. Y'all don't know how to flow up over here, boy.
We be in alignment.
We don't talk about this stuff behind the scenes. It
I don't
just
got
fly
my
like
Yankee.
that.
I don't got my Yankee ready, so I'm gonna have to get something else up in a minute. So we totally matching.
There you go.
But,
There you go. But we know you.
Because I heard the Bronx denounced you, and they revoked your Yankee hat.
Oh man.
And,
So I'm gonna be a Brooklyn netter now.
No, you gonna stay where you at.
You staying right
Off
where
the
you at.
radar. Get your kufi.
No, don't play over here. Don't play over here. But see, my sister Frozen, we'll let her. There you go. She back. But let me get some shout outs real quick. Sister Marie, Baltimore family, up on the Brooklyn Bridge. What's happening? Sister Tanisha, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Brother Kareem, how are you? Hope all is well. Uncle Jess on Marie Pizzo. What's happening? What's happening? Brownsville finest up on the Brooklyn Bridge. Suffolk County. Sister Joyce. Brother Monty. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Our sister Farnessa. Let me tell you, Farnessa be starting trouble. We be over there in the TikTok spaces, boy. When I go back to Facebook, I feel like I'm going in a time warp. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm going in a time warp. But I had to go on Facebook this week because people trying to play my brother. But we'll get into all of that later. Sister Aruba, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
Yeah.
Brother Rich Nice. He likes the intro. We appreciate you liking it, brother. Sister Pat Patterson, Brooklyn finest, up on the Brooklyn Bridge. What's happening, sis? Yeah, I gotta text you something. Something I got from Brother Peace. I'll text you behind the scenes, Sister Pat.
And shout out to Brother Peace too.
Yeah. That's our brother from another mother. KSPTV, what's happening? How are you?
King.
Glad you rocking out with us. So, Brother Tad.
Yeah. That's our brother King Simon.
As you were saying, some things have been happening. I don't know if all of you are aware, but people have been making comments about some commentary that Professor James Smalls made, and I'm gonna let Brother Tad go in. Go ahead, Tad.
I'm losing my steam, but because I ain't want to come in busting shots. But however, there's a video of Professor Smalls insinuating, suggesting that FBA is FBI and a CIA operation. That's undeniable. That's undisputable. I don't know. We did the Laurel Yanny experiment on here before. People hear what they want to hear, right? However, Professor Smalls went on another show. And this is no knock. This is no disrespect to Professor Smalls. I respect him for what he has done. We can't take that away. However, anytime we have uncertainty, a lack of clarity, as the people, as the students, as the community, we have the right and the obligation to ask for clarity. And that's what we did.
Do you want me to play that clip, Brother Tad, before you go in?
Could you please?
Okay.
Could you please?
Some people may not know.
I'm glad you got it queued up. Yeah, because I can't do it justice.
We always on time. You know that. Here we go. Can y'all hear? Oh, no, sorry.
No.
And petty beef, between Africans and African Americans.
But we don't know how much American State Department or Justice Department is involved in Foundation of Black America. Who's getting paid the money to say what they're saying? So what you're seeing ain't quite what you see, and it's only a piece of what you see. A black face,
yeah, and
CIA, all right? A black face don't mean you ain't the FBI. Okay.
Petty beef.
So
All right.
that's just a clip of that got everybody in an uproar on these social media spaces.
And there's more context to it than that.
Go ahead, Tad, go off.
I was laughing, right, when he said, I'm glad you brought up that part. What you're seeing ain't what you're seeing or what you thought you saw. You know what that remind me of? Do the Right Thing when they was talking to the man. He's like, doctor, those who know don't tell. Those who tell don't know. And homie said, yo, what's that mumbo jumbo shit? That's what I just heard. I heard a lot of mumbo jumbo. But in the context, he was saying that it's an FBI operative. Deeper into that, he said that there's a memorandum out that it is known. It was prepared by Zygmunt Brzezinski, and he's talking about Memorandum 46, Sister Keisha. And if you can remember, when we went to that event in Flatbush, me, you, Sister Brooke, Brother Divine, they mentioned Memorandum 46, which I don't think any of us was familiar with. But then we went home, did our research, and found out that Memorandum 46 that they saying was created by Zygmunt Brzezinski is a fake. It is a fake. I put it in chat. I said, yo, bring it up. Chat said there's 3 different ones. Which one are you talking about? I brought up the one they talking about. Chat said this is a fake. How do we know? It was vetted through different organizations, part 1. Part 2, they didn't even spell Zygmunt Brzezinski's name correctly. And then it's nowhere archived in official documents of the national security thing. Like, it's just propaganda. And it's funny that folks will cite that document and call it a CIA operative, but it was really part of a slander campaign against Jimmy Carter. And there's too many grammatical errors in it for it to be official document, part 1, part 2. Just put it in your chat. Everybody put it in your chat GPT. Memorandum 46. And it's the one they said was in March of 1978, I believe. Because they're going to bring up 3. And then they're going to give you the real one, and they're going to show you how they dismissed it as a fake. But this is the one all these quote-unquote deep researchers are citing. So it's BS part 1. So he's citing that and echoing the sentiments of those who are anti-FBA. Now we fast forward. He went on another show. Shout out to the Baltimore family. Though we always in agreement, still the family. He got on a show and then acknowledged he's FBA and said that he did not call it a CIA operative, and that it was just too many contradictions. And this was the point I was making on my Facebook post, because at one moment he's condemning the behavior of continental Africans and how they treat Black Americans here in this country. And then in another one, he acts as if he's condemning us, talk about we don't know our history. And this is just too many contradictions. And one thing we realized, me, and I think I could speak for Sister Keisha on this, we saw too many contradictions years ago. That's why we kind of stepped back and fell back and did our own thing, because things weren't being addressed. Everything was being swept under the rug, from the behavior of leadership to the behavior of members in particular organizations. Because Sister Keisha and myself have always been part of organizations. A lot of these anti-FBA people are just social media bangers. They're not in the streets. They're not agitating. They're not defending children. They're not defending victims in real time. They're not feeding the community. They're not educating young people. They're not doing anything except getting online, making a whole lot of noise. So Sister Keisha and myself fell back because we've already did our own family history back when we were in African-centered and Pan-African organizations. So we already seen a lot of stuff that we were reading wasn't applicable to our family. And then, of course, when you start thinking about what it is that you're reading, who's the author, what's their purpose for writing all these things, a lot of things aren't really factual. A lot of it is feel-good history, as Sister Keisha always said since I've known her. But a lot of people go for feel-good history and don't deal with what it really is and don't deal with the now. So in this anti-FBA movement, you'll hear people say Black people wasn't in America before our enslavement, even though the African-centered scholars like Dr. John Henry Clark in his book, They Came Before Christopher Columbus and the African Holocaust, will cite through his studies that it was recorded that Black people were here prior to Columbus coming. Or Lerone Burnett in his book, Before the Mayflower, or Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, they came before Columbus, or Dr. David M. Hotep, the first Americans were Africans. All of these are African-centered books with African thoughts. So how can African-centered people denounce these scholastic works and say black people weren't here prior to slavery? But see, subconsciously, and I ain't trying to get all deep like these dudes, sounding all crazy without a kufi on, but subconsciously, this is white supremacist talking points saying that our history did not really start or exist without our enslavement. We can't start black people's history during enslavement. Now with FBA, with this movement, this delineation movement, we're using that point as a frame of reference for compensation for our unpaid labor. But we know we go back deeper than that. So they'll call us pretendians, even if we could prove we got Native American ancestry from ancestors we literally lived with. Not who we read about, who we lived with, who we know to be true, who it says it on a birth certificate. Don't say Negro, don't say colored. At least speaking for my family. Got pictures and documents, but it don't fit into the African-centered narrative. Now, I'm not denouncing my African bloodline because most black people have some sort of African bloodline through the Mayafa, known as the transatlantic slave trade, but we can't negate other factors that take place. And we're not even talking about that in terms of our race as they try to make it seem. We're just talking about, we know our history, we know our story, we know our family lineage, so just get out the way. Because I always tell people, all we really want as FBA is to be left alone. That's it. Have your identity. Have it. Worship a head of lettuce if you want to. But people wouldn't have a problem if I said I was a Hebrew Israelite, if I said I'm in the Nation of Islam, a nation of gods on earth. But anytime black Americans claim an identity for themselves, people always trying to tell us who we are and who we not. And that's the same thing white folks have been doing to us. So just because you got on the dashiki don't make you right. And I'm going to just stop right there because I know we could go deeper than that. But yeah, that's just what the week has been. Oh, yeah, and sis, right? I've removed some people off of my Facebook timeline, and it's been so peaceful. Because the disrespect of people, like we've been in the same rooms together, people that I looked at as brothers and sisters, the lack of respect. I said, thank you for
total disrespect.
Showing your card, showing your hand. Like you know me in real time. And it's the funny part, because in real time, nobody talk that shit. Nobody get disrespectful like they do when they online. They get online, they get these super large kahunas and they talk crazy and just looking for validation for other people that don't know them. So they look like they dropping science, dropping jewels. Mm-hmm. Like homeboy who said, yo, if you don't agree, Professor Smalls, block me now. That's what I was like, whoa, hold up, homie. I respect you, but we not gonna deal with these contradictions. And everybody know I'm with the bullshit. Mm-hmm. I'm with the bull, and I don't want to be that dude, Sister Keisha. I came into the movement because I don't want to take my aggression out on black folks like we on the block. We don't disagree, so we fighting and shooting. I came in the movement to get away from that. Let's challenge this energy and move black people forward. But dudes want to act like they really can compete with the real gangsters and hitters. Is you out your fucking mind? Pardon my language, y'all. Mm-hmm. Like my co-host is C Gutter. Dude, clap shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like my other G's is real G's that these other rappers sing about. Mm-hmm. That is the one Biggie's sang about. My other dude is one Wu-Tang and them rap about. Like I'm with the real gangsters. I don't know what people really think. Dog said that the other day. He said, yo, people think they know you, but they don't know you know. I said, I know, right? And I ain't trying to catch
Brody Donis TV did an excellent piece, shutting everybody down. But go ahead.
Yeah, and he did. And I told him, I said, yo, bro, you killed him. You killed them because it's common sense, man. I ain't trying to argue and fight with black folks over stupidity, over identity, but we will fight over disrespect. And that's what I see. Shout out to my brother, King Simon. You know, he said, that's all I ask. People should be respectful. And that's it. We can always all respectfully disagree. It ain't got to be disrespect. I'll never call King Simon a tether because me and King Simon rolled together. We was ready to get it on with the feds in real time. In real time. So I would never say Simon's a coward or Simon's a tether, because Simon worked for all black folks. I seen it in real time. When everybody be against people, King Simon be like, yo, let's give him grace. Let's give people a chance. That's his commitment. You know, not everybody is as committed as King Simon. That's why I was upset when people was calling him a tether. I saw videos of people disrespecting him, and I was like, clearly they don't know him.
Facts.
They don't know, because he got a good heart.
Facts.
King Simon got a real good heart. So I'd be disingenuous if I went around disrespecting him because he has Jamaican ancestry. He still grew up in Brooklyn, and he's still my brother. But when we talk about the tether, like, I don't even want to use that word tethers. We talking about the coons on both sides, the people who know us personally and want to be disrespectful.
And that's another thing too. We are masters of language. On this side of the globe, everybody copies our verbiage. Everybody. And so our verbiage for coons who ain't from here are tethers.
Yeah. That's
what you are. Period. And if you don't like it, I'm outside every day. Solo. So as Taz said, you know, keep it respectful, because when we see you, it's a whole different thing. You ain't got shit to say. But when you online, then you got diarrhea of the fingers. That's a sucker move to me. And that makes you a sucker. Period.
Hey, Tad, can you remind me?
You was sitting in the corner quiet.
Yeah.
You had nothing to say. But now when you on social media, you got all this stuff to say. That's a sucker move. And so that's where I'm at with it. And I don't give a damn who it is. You're not going to disrespect me. Like I said, or like you said, people get in their feelings because some of us want to identify as FBA or free men, whatever. But I don't see that energy going against the LGBTQ though.
Word.
You motherfuckers let everybody rock up in your circles.
Word. Hold on. Even the swirlers, because we saw a couple of white folks in the crowd, and we like, yo, who invited Becky in them? It wasn't just one Becky. If we having conversation about black folks hashing out our differences, why are they here? Who invited them to the cookout? But see, that wasn't a Black American cookout. That wasn't a Black American cookout. So let's get honest about it.
I never hear of all these years, you know, some of these folks, why y'all never come down on the diaspora the way you come down on us in this short amount of time? Y'all all know that they have said disparaging things about us. Some within your own family, you never did a goddamn thing about it. That's because, and I say this all the time, it's our fault, but we let it rock. But it's a new day. We're not letting it rock no more. And as you said, you and I have been researching our family. At least I have for several years, researching my family. And then when you do that, you got to say, hold on, pause a minute. What I thought is not actually that. And if it is, you got to have some type of feeling about it. When you research your family history and you see some of the things that they had to endure or go through, it changes how you think. And I don't care what anybody say. And now I see some of these YouTubers talking about they're starting to research your family history. But you know about all these African wars and empires and stuff before your own? You know, my grandmother used to always say, take care of home first.
Yep.
And everybody got a problem with taking care of home first. Even when I hear people say, well, you know, when I was young or whatever, I got called names like African booty scratching. And you get mad at FBAs, but not your parents who left you in this space. You see, when my child, 3rd grade, was uncomfortable in the school she was in, the day she told me is the day I removed her. You see, but you ain't got that energy for your family. Your family stayed. So you wasn't that butthurt about it. So knock it off.
That's it.
You can't tell us how we should practice our culture. We are known for roasting. You will get roasted. You can't ask us to change our culture to accommodate your feelings. F your feelings.
Sis,
Go ahead.
you know, why you on that point? Because I laugh, right? Because I don't know a kid who didn't get teased. When I was young, I had acne. My uncle used to call me Spotty Dye. That was funny because I had little pimples and little dark spots in my face. Like, that just happens. Like, I don't know nobody who didn't get roasted, whether it's public school, junior high school, and high school. Friends snap on each other. That's just what it is. That's part of the culture that they say don't exist. But we roast each other. And I'm talking about this goes on everywhere because I don't know no child that don't tease another child. Nowhere. Quite sure if you go to China, you're going to see kids on the playground teasing each other. Japan, Pakistan, Yugoslavia, that's what kids do. And I'm talking about, I see people grow up as grown people, still hurt about that. One thing I often tell people, man, grow up. One of my boys, real quick, he asked me, he still used my old name, you know, that I don't like to use too much in public. But he like, yo, how did you grow? He said, yo, you like the same dude, but you different. He said, how did you do it? I said, remember when I got shot, right? I said, I was going to knock dude head off when I caught him, right? I said, yo, I got shot in 1990. He get locked up. I see him in 1998. I remember the day, July 14th, because my son was born. I had that thing on me. But I wasn't as mad as I thought I would be. I saw him 8 years later. I had my daughters with me, and I just had a son. So he got a pass right there. I got my babies with me. I can't really run down on him. But I wasn't as mad as I thought I would be, right? He gets locked up again. I see him again. It's like 2012, 13, somewhere around there. I just bought my house. I'm driving my dream car, my Cadillac Escalade. I see him again. But I'm not mad at all. I'm looking at my life. My life is good. My family's intact. I just bought a house. I'm driving my dream car, money in my pocket. This dude just getting out of jail from doing decades of back and forth. I told my boy, I said, what kind of fool would I have been had I jumped out, left him there, and then threw away everything that I built for my life? For what? To satisfy the ego of a young Tad of when I was 17? I said, so these are the things you got to analyze. When we start thinking about things, why do we feel the way we feel? Is that a mature emotion, or is that from when we were little kids and we still holding on to feeling slighted? Because even as a child, you don't see things clearly. You see things as a child. So you rationalize as a child. And if you don't shake that childish idea or mentality, you're going to be a 50-year-old kid. And I explained to my man, that's how I grew up. I always analyze, why do I feel that way? How old was I then? And what benefit does it serve me to do something to anybody based on how I felt when I was a kid? Because I look at my life today, I can ruin everything if I give in to the old me. And I'm still trying to grow. So that's what I say to so many people who be running around with this childhood trauma. If you're not going to get therapy, man, just do an inventory of yourself and start critiquing. Why do you see things the way you see them? Because it didn't happen to you as an adult. So stop acting. Let me get off my soapbox.
Crazy. I like what Sister Parnessa said here. She said, I didn't go to school with not one immigrant. And remember, Sister Parnessa is from Alabama. I didn't see an African until I went to college. One of my professors was an African, and he was the first one that I knew. See, people get caught because you live in a city. And that's where most immigrants come to, a city. And I always said, and y'all can agree with what I'm about to say. I always say most immigrants who are melanated should be dropped off in Mississippi before you move anywhere else. Let me see you get through that.
Get a crash course.
Let me see if your parents could get through that. Because you ride around in these cities with your flags, you got parades and all of that. You won't pull up in Biloxi, Mississippi with that. You won't pull up in Bessemer, Alabama with that. So knock it off. You won't go to Oregon with that. You won't go to North Dakota with that. Wave your flags there. Let me see how tough you are. Let me see if you about that life. You know it. You're not. And you get it twisted because you live in an urban area. DC, New York, LA, places, Baltimore. You live in these urban, Philadelphia, you live in these urban enclaves, and you think that's it. It's not. And you know, when I heard that comment, kind of made me wish Automatics was still here, because he would have G-checked them for real, based on fact. Based on fact. I think Brother Ray in the chat.
Yeah,
He'll
Brother Ray,
confirm what I'm saying. Because a lot of people got to see these people via maybe 1 or 2, 3, 4 speaking engagements, or see their videos on YouTube. I can tell you different things. I can tell you different things that will crush your feelings based on fact. That's why none of these folks will ever mention Alta's name, because they know better.
Hold up, they won't mention yours neither. Dog said that. Dog said, yo, I know this. Nobody never be saying Sister Keisha name. I said, because they know better. I said, Sister Keisha, the real one.
I know things. I was there.
Yeah.
I was there. Sister Pat in the chat. She know things. There's a few of us still alive that know things. We can tell you what a real grifter is. The ones you praising so much. Quite a few of them that y'all praise so much. I like what Professor Kaba's son, Brother Haru, said. Let's play this clip from Sincere to Love God's channel. Fair use, fair use. Here we go.
And if I could just add, just from my perspective and some of the things that I'm seeing online, because what Tariq has done and what he's able to, have been able to accomplish, in his career, from Hitting Colors and now with the reparations movement and the museum and just this conversation around foundational Black American, I feel like, they're trying to attack him. And I'm looking at it from the perspective that, Tariq is pretty out and open with who he is, what he does, what he has done, whatever the case may be. So there's nothing they can really use against Tariq. So what they do a lot of times, from what I see, is that they try to get the people around Tariq, the people that's been around him, to try to take it down internally. And I'm not saying that's what James Smalls is doing, but that Arena guy did an interview with my father a couple months ago, and my father broke down to him what foundational Black American was, how it's not about hating Africans, and he broke all that down. And then 2 months later, you're doing an interview with James Smalls, fresh off of his comments about foundational Black American, because you're looking to search for an answer you couldn't get from somebody else. Now that's operative behavior.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
Wow. And so I didn't even know that. And so you're sitting here pretending like you don't know what this is all about when you already I didn't know that.
It was just very suspicious, and especially James Smalls. I think he did that last week, maybe Saturday or Sunday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, you got an interview with him. Now you could have had that interview already pre-done, but you just, I guess, strategically wanted to put it out. Now that's clout chasing, and if you clout chasing, there's no genuineness, there's no Pan-Africanism in that. There's no, I'm trying to just, get a clearer understanding of what it is. Now you're just searching for an answer. And then that's why when you look at the interview, the guy doesn't even ask James Smalls them questions. James Smalls just says, it's kind of, he goes on a tangent to some degree. And it's like one of those moments where it's like, oh, he got the answer he was looking for. And that's why he didn't stop him, because he's like, oh, I want more and more and more to fuel this division, right? Because if he's saying, oh, this is petty, but you're making whole shows about it after you already know that it's not about being divisive or one versus the other. It's about establishing something clear. But when you don't get the answer from one person, you go to another person that you feel you're going to get the answer you've been searching for all along. And if you're searching for an answer, you're not doing it genuinely. You're not doing it just to get a perspective. You're doing it to push a narrative. And that would be very dangerous if you're pushing a narrative.
And getting played. Like, Who is this dude, Orina, whatever the hell his name is? I never heard of this cat before. And that's what I'm saying. These people are coming looking for content because they ain't got none. And people fall right into the trap because they looking for attention. Okay? And one of the things that he said in that interview with that African dude, whatever the hell his name is, he talked about people pulling out as far as investing in his hotel in Ghana. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tag. Go ahead.
That don't sound familiar? Hold up. That don't sound familiar? He had 800,000 on the table, but they saw the video, and because of that, they messed up the deal. That don't sound familiar? Hold up. Didn't the Prince of Pan-African say, I had a ball player was gonna give me $1 million for the school, and because they came at me, they took the money off the table. The deal was off. Like, wow.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
And where did I hear that? Is that a Pan-African thing? Where you supposed to say, I was gonna get the such and such, but Negroes done messed it up for me. Nah, you wasn't gonna get nothing. Stop fronting. Please stop fronting.
Before you say that, I'm gonna let Brother Divine finish eating. Take your time, brother. Raise your hand when you're ready. Take your time, brother. Because this is a hard-working man right here. He on the battlefield for real. So
I can't wait till Divine come in here.
Go ahead, brother.
Swinging them swords.
No, I was laughing when you're ready.
Sis, I was just laughing because I was like, where have I heard that before? Where have I heard that before? So these people, an $800,000 investment. Of course, an investment means you're going to get a return on your investment. You're going to get your ROI. You put in 800,000, you might get $1 million back. You might get $1.5 million back. Who cares about the politics? Does this business deal make money? Is that what we doing? All right, then let's do. I can't see. Oh, you said that about us? Even though he got decades of putting in work on the continent, and the hotel is already built. It ain't like he's trying to build it. He's just trying to update it. So you mean somebody seeing a lucrative investment and based on the 2-minute video, they're gonna pull out a deal? That don't sound suspicious to you? That don't sound suspicious.
Very suspicious.
Very Dr. Sukiana would say.
Okay, Umar Cromwell.
So, but before we go in though, Brother Black, Sister Marcia, did y'all see that interview with Professor James Moore?
Sister Marcia, I'll let you take it first.
I did not see that interview with Professor Smalls. However, I did see subsequent interviews with him defending his position. And I find it really interesting on how, if you said something, stand by it. Like, if that's the way you feel, if that's how you actually feel, stand by it. You may have credible reasons to stand by it. As he even said in other interviews, there have been many organizations that have been co-opted through these types of things. Stand by it. It's okay. It's okay to have an opinion. That's fair. That's fair and free game, in my opinion. The thing that is more important is the fact that people are in a quest to make the whole world understand. FBA is in the quest to make the whole world understand that they have a base. The same way I, as an Haitian, would always say, you know, my people's from Haiti. I can trace back my people in Haiti, and I can do this and I can do that. If that is the claim for the FBA, allow it to be. You can find ways to assist in the structure, assist in any way, assist, but don't sit there and then, you know, 1 minute you say, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. And then, oh, well, I could trace back my ancestors in South Carolina and all of these places. all well and good. So you understand the foundational plight. No one is saying negate. I've never heard a foundational person that I've ever spoken to would say negate any other ancestry that you have, right? I can't negate the white folks that's in my bloodline. I can't negate them. My mother always like, oh, you're trying to negate them. I said, no, I'm not trying to negate them. I'm just focusing on those people who were imprisoned and trapped and who had not had a voice. And this is the same thing foundational people are doing. We are all foundational to the land that we came from. And if we're all plitted in this land to be put against each other, it's wrong. And we all have to have a common understanding. We've all come from somewhere else. And if you're going to wave your Trini flag, you're going to wave your Haitian flag, your Guyanese flag, all them flags you're waving them because you accept those 300 years of people from that land. And now you're here for 50 years, 30 years, 10 years, 1 year. Now you're here. Now you think you're better than anybody else. You're not better because you're not holding on to your educational system. You're not to any educational system. You don't know anything about Black folks here, Black folks in your mother's land. You don't know anything. You're a lost child looking for something to claim, and you shouldn't be bashing another person that looks just like you because I could claim something here better than they can. You can't, because if you understood their struggle, you would totally understand that their difficulty in claiming things here is because there's always an influx of people, whether it's white folks or Black folks or Indian folks. There's always an influx of people coming in to distract the conversation and the focus. And again, if we cannot control the educational system, we all need to fall a little bit because our children are being taught this propaganda. They're being radicalized each and every day, the same way we were. We decolonized our minds. We did the things that we had to do to be where we are right now, to stand as we are standing right now. And this is what a lot of folks need. That's all I need. And even those great professors, right? Professor Smalls or Professor this and Professor that, and whomever else is talking that is not considering we don't claim our education. And as long as your house knows something and your neighbor's house and your 5 neighbors' house on the block don't know something, we're in poop, poop, poop. And we don't want to be there. We want to ride.
Right. Y'all got a lot more grace than I do. And I'm gonna let that rock. I'm gonna let that rock because, you know, the reason why too, and I have to say this, why I stayed around in the movement as long as I did is because I had unconditional love for Mrs. Maddox. And I didn't want to let her down. But you see, divine ancestry will step in when you think it should. And something stepped in and I was sat there, you know? And I'm like, thank you, Jesus. However, let me tell you the greatness of what I was doing when I was around. Causing people to think in a particular way and to do things in a particular way rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And when I was sat down, they didn't expect others to walk away as well. The chain was broken. The chain was broken. Sister Joyce, Brother Monty in the chat, they will concur what I'm saying. The chain was broken because the system of that is broken. It's broken. You can't be Pan-African and those from the diaspora aren't doing any heavy lifting. Now, I don't care what any of these YouTubers say or podcasters, but like I said, when Mrs. Diallo was essayed by one of the most powerful men in the world, Dominique Strauss-Kahn, FBA stepped in, not only to protect her, but to get petition signed so that we can stop this man from leaving New York. I didn't see nobody from Senegal helping us. We were Senegal. Up in uptown, y'all got little Senegal. Where the hell were them people at? They don't even look us in our face when we walk around them. And nobody think this is a problem. Why are you not having debates about that issue? Because it usurps the bullshit. And I'm being kind and facetious at the same time.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
When we came out there, excuse me, for Chanel Lewis, where the Jamaicans was at? Where any of the Caribbeans was at? Like I said on Taz Show on Sunday, check out the OG Wisdom podcast every Sunday 2 p.m.
Hello.
I said, where were these other groups at? Where are they now? When we had a sexual predator in Brooklyn who was a pastor of a church, we stepped in. Where was the Caribbean community? He's from y'all group.
Wow.
They don't do no heavy lifting. And so delineation and disaggregation calls you to the carpet. Calls you to the carpet on your BS. So now that you got people, like ICE, rounding folks up left, right, and center, now you begging. They begging. I can show you videos. Begging. You want help? I'm not lifting a fingernail.
As you should not.
You
should not.
It's up.
And it's stuck, like they said.
Period.
No, as you should not.
I gotta get my family up on here. I gotta get them on. Because a lot has happened. First, let me say thank y'all to everybody who's been sending them emails. We're changing the game. And so without further ado, let me get my sister, Brooke, reparation activist, up on the Brooklyn Bridge. What's happening, sis?
Hello.
Hey, sis.
Hi. Let me say hello first. Hello, Brother Black. Hello, Sister Marcia. Hello, Brother Ted. Hello to my big sis, Keisha.
See, Ray Ray said nowhere to be found. Ray Ray went to every court date for Chanel Lewis. Not one Caribbean, nowhere to be found. You don't want to do no heavy lifting.
They do heavy lifting in their own country.
Thank
Why
you.
would they come and do heavy lifting here?
Let me get my brother Divine, U.S. Freedmen Project, up on the Brooklyn Bridge. What's happening, brother?
Oh man, honest this evening, man. Sister Marcia, Brother Black, Brother Tad, and Sister K Fighter Keisha is in the building on the bridge, man. I would just say this before I want to go in and jump the gun. I just want to say it's times like this that I'm thankful for the Brooklyn Bridge. And there's a place for us to come and convene and talk lineage business with people that not only understand, but were there when people are trying to talk and invoke the history that they're trying to invoke. There's people that know it third party or second hand, and then there's people like the two of you and the four of you actually that were there and lived it. And this is why you guys are so valuable. And I'm so honored to be able to be connected to you guys and learn from you and sit at your feet as we move forward.
Thank you, bro. We appreciate you.
We gotta get Sister Pat back on here.
Yeah. Oh, good.
We can get her and Ray Ray back up on here and Brother Lenore. I'm tired of these fakers out here. And Alton called all of them out.
And I'm be honest, wasn't no organization in New York moving like the UAN. I don't care what nobody say.
Thank you.
Wasn't nobody shaking like the UAM. Nobody. When you see all them master teachers, all them video, a lot of those is at UAM. You know.
Facts. And even, you know, peace be upon Minister Clemson Brown.
Yeah, peace be upon him.
One of the videographers.
I just found his obituary the other day too as I was cleaning and rearranging my room.
But Alton had a problem with that too.
Mm.
When it comes to intellectual property. Because if I hire Sister Marcia to record an event that I'm having, she doesn't get to take that intellectual property and do what she wants with it. And that was one of the issues that Brother Clemson Brown and Automatics had a problem with. And see, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people really don't know. They really don't know. You weren't there. Then you grew up in some other city. But New York was the bedrock of Pan-Africanism and activism. Because, again, you have to remember some of the most noted racial cases took place right here. And UAN was in the thick of all of it. You know, but I'm going to get off my soapbox because, you know, we got Sister Brooke and, you know, I got to keep my sister calm. You know, my goal is to keep her out of the penitentiary. Shout out to BX Gatekeeper too. That's our sis. You know, and I said to Sister Brooke, you got to get in these TikTok spaces because it's going to change the game. She said, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. You going to get in there. Don't you worry. Get up in there. You know, like the coach, get up in there. You know, but it proved to be beneficial. But I got another task. And I've been in by myself, but I'll talk about that later. But I want Sister Brooke and Brother Divine to talk about any updates that, you know, they have been able to achieve. I know, but I want them to tell you as far as delineation and disaggregation and having a sound bill. But I'm going to get off my soapbox and I'm going to let y'all two have at it. Sister Brooke and Brother Divine, let the people know what's up.
President Divine, I'm going to let you go ahead.
Now you already know it's ladies first, and I ain't even going to sing the song.
But it's your story to tell. You know what I mean? I'm just a mouthpiece.
No, go ahead.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull rank right here. We're gonna rename you to So, and you're gonna take it over. Come on with it.
Oh man! First of all, let me just greet my sister Brooke. I know we talk a lot, so I didn't mean to leave her out of the Brooklyn Bridge salutations. She just went before.
That's all good.
And so yeah, I just really briefly. I'm not sure how detailed you want me to go. Let me know if it's not enough. But I want the family to understand and know this. You know, we've said this multiple times. You know, working alongside these masterminds that have been in this movement, you know, long before we stepped foot in it. Sister Keisha and Brother Tad, they have imparted on us much knowledge and much strategy. And so the strategy in which we are implementing as far as getting these emails, it is one thing that they have suggested and has worked before, right? That's kind of what got us in the position that we are now today, the progress that we've made, especially with getting the first iteration of this bill. You guys heard me say this before, that had 3 Pan-African organizations baked into the crust, right? And so you guys as a family, we came together and we beat that bill. We destroyed it. We got it up out of here. And, you know, we've moved forward since then. And obviously, there's more battles to come. But currently, with the emails, the biggest update that I have for you guys is that it's working. Understand, and I said this to my sister Brooke, and I want us to know as a family. See, the longer we're in this fight and we are getting exposed to the information that we have, it becomes second nature to us. And we kind of, I mean, I speak for you guys, I'll speak for myself. I kind of take it for granted at times, right? I assume And I expect most people to know everything that I know, because the longer you in it, it just becomes common sense. But a Black American proverb that was taught in my household is that common sense ain't that common. And so when you go into these streets, understand that when we're there, your emails are paving the way. And so there have been multiple conversations and meetings that we've had with legislators and their legislative directors. And because the usual suspects, see, we are rewriting the game, rewriting the script in real time. You know, I say this a lot because it's true, but not to be try to impress anybody. But we're the only organization in New York fighting explicitly, exclusively, and solely for our people, for our ethnic group. No one else is doing it. Not all the other orgs that came before us and claimed to do it, and all those that fight for everybody else. Nobody else is doing it but us. And so those people have become and are the gatekeepers that have been put in place by both political parties. And so this might be something that you guys understand, but I wanted to sink in. Nobody else that these politicians are used to going to get the pulse of foundational Black Americans and where we sit politically, none of them, zero, are having the conversation that we're having, that we're forcing them to have. None of them are talking about delineation. None of them are talking about disaggregation. None of them are talking about remedial justice. None of them are talking about reparations. So we are the only one. So when we step up into the place and your emails have paved the way, now they're coming to us like, okay, we have to have this conversation because my inbox is full. I'm the one that checks the emails when we're talking about the legislative directors, right? Or even now it's reaching the actual politicians that we got a chance to sit down with. And they're like, okay, you have to tell me about this disaggregation. I understand what it is to a certain degree, but I have never heard it called for in this manner to this value by this constituency, by this demographic. And so for all the politicians that don't have an ulterior motive out the gate or looking to sabotage, that are generally objective or maybe even trying to do the right thing, they are all ears. They are highly intrigued. They're like, what is this? Because the usual people I go to and talk to about this for what's going on with Black people, as they say, they're not having these conversations. So when we come in and explain it, it just makes sense to them. In fact, many of them are like, why hasn't this been done before? And why haven't these other organizations called for this? Because this just makes sense. If what you're saying is true, and based on what you're laying down, I see that it is, why would these organizations that fight for you not be trying to get you out of the position that you are in where you are politically invisible? And so we're changing the game in real time because now they're starting to understand, wait, the orgs that I depend on for the pulse may not be that org anymore. But more importantly, it's revealing to them in real time that, wait, the ones that are there to advocate for these people are doing a piss poor job, or, like we all know, are paid not to advocate for us. And so now we are exposing that truth with our advocacy, exposing that truth with the way in which we are loud and proud for our people. So regardless of what anybody says, whether a professor, an MD, a talking head, a YouTuber, or somebody on the street, don't let nobody move you off your square for delineation and stand up for your lineage. Because I don't give a shit what the history is saying and what theory out of where they want to follow. You listen to what your family told you and what's on that genealogy record and what's on who you seen at those family reunions. That is what's real. Everything else is a theory and an ideology. And I'll land there.
Now,
supposed to drop the bomb, sis. Supposed to drop the bomb with that one.
Sorry about that. I got you. Now,
my brother.
Before I move to Sister Brooke, tell us what headway we made with this bill. Because it's sponsored by New York Assemblyman Nikki Lucas. East New York in the building, what up?
East New York.
But she's got some co-sponsors. Talk about that, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I shared, I was on another live the other night, an impromptu space. We read the bill and talked about where we're at and what's going into the session. And so because of your I can't stress this enough. Like I said on the other platform, I say it here, not to get, for those of us that are old enough to remember that, not to get my PBS on, but this is all due to viewers like you, right? And so because of you guys and your action and your advocacy and sending your emails, we have compelled her colleagues to sign onto this bill. And so that instead of just our efforts, instead of just the efforts, again, shout out to East New York, of Member Lucas and District 60, we now have a plethora, that all that you can see there, those names on the screen, they are all now advocates in the same way we are advocates for this bill moving forward. Because once they put their name on it, they own it. And so they want to see this now finished, going through to the finish line. And so now we have advocates. And this is huge because I just want you guys to understand, because this is stuff that I know I didn't understand until I started actually doing this trial and error. We are so far ahead of ourselves from where we were at. We were trying to push 85603. That's the constitutional reparations bill for our people, the lineage-based reparations bill and study, and bureau bill, because it was all in one, because we learned from that too. But we had no co-sponsors going into the session. So we're growing and we're making progress. This is like starting the game and you have a lead before the ball is even tipped. Before they flip the coin, you are already ahead. And so this is so powerful because these people have signed on largely due to the advocacy work and the pressure that you guys put on. And this is something that is said in this space, and I want you guys to understand it, but not just here, not for just us, and maybe those that are not in New York. Understand that even though they walk around like they're rock stars and like they're celebrities, sometimes, and some people treat them as such, understand these politicians work for you. They work for us. We don't work for them. And so understand that they respond to pressure and not praise. And so we don't have to walk around and kiss their ass. We have to demand of them and tell them what we need in order for you to continue to get our support. And us sharing our demands is what is causing this momentum that we're seeing and that we're having alongside the cultural and social foundational Black American Renaissance movement happening at the same time. See, all of it is coming together. We call it divine providence, no pun intended. And it's like the ancestors and everything else is creating this perfect storm for what we're seeing here. And that's exactly why all the opposition from whatever corners of their ideologies that they come from, that's why they are losing their mind. Because they can feel it. They feel it brewing, right? They understand what's on the horizon. You ever got that feeling in the pit of your stomach? Sometimes you're like, damn, something's gonna happen. Sometimes it's a good feeling, sometimes it's a bad feeling, but you're like, I think something's about to go down. They are all starting to feel it. The writing is on the wall, as they say. And that's why you're seeing the attacks getting stronger and more blatant and more obvious as we continue to push toward our goal, because they're starting to understand that the outcome that we seek is inevitable. And when you are up against something that is inevitable, that you don't want to see and don't want to accept, all you can do is throw a tantrum. All you can do is have the bad faith arguments that they're having. All you can do is fight for that last gasp of air and relevancy. Because once the inevitable happens, your agenda and everything that you stood for and wanted to push goes away. And they're not ready yet to go away. But that is their problem and not ours.
One of the things that Walton used to say, and whenever we had something active that needed to be done, he would always tell everybody, call your senators, call your assembly persons, send a letter, right? You didn't have email back then. He'd be like, send a letter. So you all are doing what he asked. Back then, right? We are all doing what he asked back then. Also, and I think I showed this here before, excuse me, where he said, and he made it quite plain. And I think a lot of people missed it back then. I think they did. In fact, I know they did. He said Black people must redefine themselves in order to get reparations. That's what he said, excuse me. He said we have to redefine ourselves. This is in 2015. So, all of these people who talk, that stuff, did you forget what he said? Did you not get what he said? And he used to always, because I would MC before the speaker or guest was coming up or what have you. But he always was ask me, say, Sister Keisha, where your pen and paper at? I said, I got it, Orton. Don't worry about it. I got it. No. You sure? I got it. I'm proving to you that I got it. So he's looking down. I got it. We paid attention. And so I'm so happy that everybody understands, as Brother Devon said, y'all sending them emails. Keep sending them emails. Because when he goes into the room, they already know. Like he said, they ready to talk to him. I've been getting all these emails. My email's been flooded. Instead of some of these old heads who stand outside of empty buildings yelling on a Saturday. And also used to say that. It's retarded. Who are you going to talk to? The building is closed, nobody there, and who are you talking to? He said Black people will ask the wrong questions, knock on the wrong door, and talk to the wrong people.
Can I piggyback on that when you're done?
Go ahead, go now, go.
Man, that just invoked thoughts, and I think I shared this with Sister Brooke. So when this unconstitutional bill was being shopped around, when the Pan-Africans and all of our other opposition were trying to get this bill passed, we were the only organization saying, no, Governor Hochul, you need to veto it because it's unconstitutional. Even if you're going to sign it, she's able to take a bill and say, hey, I'll sign it if this provision is made. So we were meeting with her office to say, look, you can sign the bill because we support it, but take this stipulation out, take the racial language out so it can be constitutionally sound. And we can actually get something for the efforts of this commission, because until and unless you do that, it's dead in the water. These are conversations we actually had with the governor and her legal staff. So this is not, well, let me not say with the governor herself, because she wasn't in those meetings, but with her legal staff, her office, her administration. But that's a conversation for another day. The point is that one of the things that they did, it was the December 12th movement. The December 12th movement said, we're going to rally. We're going to get support of the governor. We're going to her office. We're going to get support. And so we were like, oh, shoot, if they're going to, it's going to be public. If they're going to get, an audience with the governor, we going too. Because if they could get an audience, we just gonna go there and get an audience too. And Sister Keisha, they had the December 12th movement, all the other Pan-African orgs, IBW21, all the iterations. Dr. Ron Daniels was not there at that time, but all the other usual suspects were there. And they even had Salages, Bridgeport, and Assemblymember Anderson. Khalil Anderson, what's his name? Is that Khalil Anderson? Is that his name? Khalil Anderson.
Yeah.
So we get there and we're like, okay, so now we it's myself, Annette, Reverend Coachman, Brother Prime, and there was one more person, I forget their name on top of my head, but we got there, we got a little contingency, we got our sign, we got our banner, we got our flyer. So we like, listen, we're gonna hit the people. And when the governor come down, we're going to hit the governor too. Sister Keisha, they was there all day long. Never had contact with the governor. So we didn't know because it was presented as we're gonna make our case known to the governor. They was just outside the building that her office is in. Never made any effort to reach out to the governor. Didn't have nobody from the governor's staff out there. They just had their podium and it was speaking outside the lobby. But what's crazy is when they saw us, and this kind of just started showing us the hypocrisy of what they claim to stand for. We were there and we were just waiting for the governor, but when they thinking the governor's going to come, but when they saw us, they actually had the security / police for the building come to us and say that we needed to be removed. We couldn't be there. And I said, "Wait, hold on. This is a public street. This is not a protest. You know, this is not anything like that." They were like, "Well, they did get a permit." So I said, "That's cool, but just kind of to think about it, because these people are supposed to be so revolutionary and so radical, but they went through the system to get that permit to yell in front of the building without even contacting the governor himself." So I said, "Listen, brother, I don't have no beef with you." I was like, "But I'm a citizen and I pay taxes and I got every right to be here. So either you're going to do your job that they tell you to do, or you're going to tell them that your job is to not do what they're sending you to do." And so he left. Then he comes back 5 minutes later. He's like, now it's the politicians, now it's Salages and Bridgeport, saying, yeah, you can't have a protest. And I can't remember exactly what the climate was going on at the time, what was happening, geopolitically. I can't remember what nationwide protest was happening, but there was like something that they was trying to implement where if you were doing a protest and a counter protest, that the counter protest couldn't be a certain amount of space or feet from the other people, because there been some violence recently in other states and stuff like that. So I was like, "You know what, brother?" I was like, "I will do you a favor." He came back. He's like, "I really don't want to have to remove y'all." And I was like, "That's good, because you're not, and you don't have to." I was like, "But I will do you a favor." I was like, "We're going to take a couple of steps this way. We still going to be on the sidewalk. We still going to be in front of this building, but we are just going to we're gonna address the passerbys that are looking and trying to see what's going on." And we handed out our things and got some people interested that still work with us today from that day. But yes, we was out there. They didn't talk not one moment to the governor or even attempt to, but their focus is on us, making sure that we couldn't stop their gravy train, to the point where these are Pan-African. I want this to sink in. These are people that claim to be Pan-Africans, claim to want to unite the diaspora. We didn't attack them. We didn't accost them, nothing. We wasn't even trying to disrupt what they were doing. We were just waiting for the governor. But they called the cops on fellow melanated people, the diaspora, whatever term they want to use. And that was kind of the beginning of me understanding the hypocrisy and how these people move, and what they claim to stand for is not really what they stand for at all. Because anybody could come to our events that we've ever had, and we have never called the cops or tried to get anybody arrested because they don't agree with us, or they're coming to shout us down if that's what they're gonna do. But these people did.
Not surprised. And I like what Sister Pat said right here. They were engaging as agent provocateurs. That's what Walton used to call them. In their face. Not behind their back. In their face. Go ahead, Black. And then we'll let Sister Brooke go.
Okay. I want to ask a question, and if I'm getting ahead of myself, please stop me. In light of lifting this past the state level and into the national level, we had the president addressing, in particular, Somalis in Minneapolis and how much corruption they doing up there and so on and so forth. And I know this is not New York State, it's Minnesota, but still it's an issue. And with him delineating, as you admitted a few weeks ago, when you said that he's exposing everything, and I've been saying this on the show, Sister Keisha said same as well. Do you think it's time to get to that level where it's like become a national thing? Because I believe, and I've always maintained this since the beginning, that the president works for the Galactic Federation, and that the restoration of this earth going back to us eventually in the near future. So with that said, you know, if it's too much, let me know. If not, you can answer the question as you may.
So no, that's not
ripped off that state.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it says keep playing.
For billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I can say that about other countries too. I can say that about other countries too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Go ahead, Brother Devon.
Man, so yo, he's funny. I will say this: that dude is a funny dude. I laughed all his first term. You know what I'm saying? Just the way he's funny. I'll give him that. So let me just say that out the gate. And again, y'all know how I move and what I advocate for. That we need to be politically nimble. So I'm not tied to either party. But what I will say is what I said in the past, because this is clearly, and I think a perfect example of it. Chaos is a ladder. And he's the only person that could create the chaos like he's creating it in this moment in time. At the same time, everything that we're doing is going on at the same time, right? So at the same damn time, this is a perfect storm for us to move up the ranks. And here's why I say that. And here's the issue I have. I don't know if we're going to discuss or not. And I know I don't want to try to get nobody else no clout, but I think a number of us had saw the live stream that was going on before we came onto the bridge, right?
Yes.
Your bridge space. And so one of the things that one of the people said, I have no problem naming names. I don't want to do that if that's taboo right now at this point in time, but it doesn't even matter who it was to make this point. The point is
we're on the bridge. This
right.
is Brooklyn. We thorough. You can say whatever you want to say.
Okay.
You don't play that over here.
Make it plain, my brother.
So on that other live, you had, I don't even want to call him brother, you had Ankh, right? And so Ankh is somebody that is in this space, that is on the platform that platformed the known agent Karanga. So we're going to just put it out there like that. But this brother, and I say that loosely, was acting, he claims to be so intelligent, but he was acting dumb and ignorant as hell when he was pretending to not understand what the definition of African American is at this point. And so, but he told on himself right before I clicked over to come on the bridge, because he said, and I quote, if when they give reparations, some other black people from around the diaspora get it, I don't care and I'm not going to say anything. And so I wanted to point that out, because this is the fatal flaw and the reason why Pan-Africanism is dying the death that it is right now in the wake of this foundational Black American Renaissance. Because they are the ones, I call them sleeper cells. They are the ones, alongside left-wing white supremacy, largely the Democrat Party, that have provided cover, the same cover that Trump is ripping off. Now, obviously, the verbose language and a lot of the the discriminatory and racial tropes and stuff and dog whistles he's doing, obviously, I don't condone any of that. But the fact that he's ripping the cover off, a cover that would have been on and screwed on even more tightly than it is now had Kamala won, which would have kept us at the bottom of this racial hierarchy. This is why you have to appreciate him ripping the cover off and causing the chaos that he's causing that creates a ladder for us, because it exposes in real time with that type of verbose language that's going to get the coverage that it should get based on the language he's using. But the spirit of what he's saying is 100% true. Ankh also went on to say in that same live, oh, again, and this is what we're saying. And I asked this question to myself multiple times, and it's the same reason why I was so impressed when through Sister Brooke, I got an invitation to come and engage with you guys and have a conversation on the bridge for the very first time. And I said it at the end of that live, how impressed I was with you and the bridge and Thorough Black Talk, because you guys came out of the Pan-African ideology and the Pan-African movement, right? But you were still open to new information and having good faith conversations. The overwhelming majority of Pan-Africans do not have good faith conversations. As soon as the talking points fall apart, they get into bad faith trolling. Even Ankh, the one that claims to be a pseudo killer and to be all intelligent and educated and well-read, when the definition of African American, and they were trying to do their best, and shout out to Juwan B and Brother Sincere, not saying they didn't have the language, but I wish I was on. And I don't.
Me too. I wish you was there.
Those type of spaces, but I wished I was on, because what they were saying was easily debunkable when you're out here doing the work that we do. Because regardless of all the other shit they were talking about, when you understand what the definition of African American is, all the other shit you're talking about is irrelevant. And so he goes on to say, after he starts to get debunked, and Dewan B was doing a masterful job of not letting him trigger him because that's what he wanted, the brother gonna say, oh, so you trying to count the white man's money for him? Who the fuck says that? We're talking about reparations to debt owed, and you're gonna try to reduce it down to, oh, since you're trying to figure out and make it lineage based, you're trying to count the white man's money. Who says the white man's money? When we talk about a debt owed by the federal government that we pay taxes to, that is that bad faith type of debates that Pan-Africans have. And that
to me, that's the inverse. To me, that's the inverse of calling somebody a Fed or, you know, FBI or, you know, government, basically.
Right, exactly. And so I'm saying all that to say that when we're talking about the tactics, excuse me, the tactics that are being used against us in real time during this time, we got to understand that it's people like him, people like that channel and that platform, right? And Pan-Africans at large, right? We're not saying everybody, but at large, they have covered up the activities of those groups that have come in, and they provide cover for them by trying to get us to agree that we don't have a birthright in this country, that we don't have ownership, that we didn't build it, that it doesn't matter what happens to America. That is by design, because when you don't care about the place that you live and call home, when people start to destroy it and sabotage it and undermine it, you won't care. And that's why they're so threatened by this foundational Black American movement, because we're like, no, we do care. This is our homeland. We built it. And you're gonna wipe your feet on the carpet outside before you even get in my house. And if you don't, and you start disrespecting why you're here, even if you did wipe your feet off, we're gonna get you the fuck up out of here. And we're not caring about feelings, and your melanin not gonna save you, your ideology ain't gonna save you, Smalls ain't gonna save you, and anybody else on other end of the name you can quote ain't going to save you. Those days are over. Everybody will get treated as such based on the respect level that you are carrying yourself with. If you disrespect us, then we will disrespectfully get you the fuck out of here. That's it. There's nothing to debate. There's no compromise. There's no negotiations. This is what it is moving forward. Like my sister Keisha just said earlier, it's up and it's stuck. And another trick that they said, I'm gonna take a breath here, and this is kind of the just the bad faith shit that they do. You want to come to us and say, oh, you just want to be like the white man. When we talk about Americans, right? I was talking to Sister Brooke, and I don't want to take all her fire, but she was saying, yeah, like how you going to defend what the Somalians did when she was like, I'm not even going to say Foundation Black American Children, but you took money from American children when you took that money. You put Americans in a tough spot when you scammed that money for Medicare and everything else that you said you was doing. But they'll say that to us and say, well, oh, why are you going to talk about Americans? Are you caping for the white man? All the while, you got Jamaicans where out of many equals one. You got Trinidadians and the Guyanese that sit there and will treat those Indo-Caribbeans like they friends and like they there to work with them. And all the other buffer classes that's brought into their countries. They are countrymen, have been shown and proven to undermine your stupid ass, but we are the ones that want to work with white folks when the white folks ain't never wanted to work with us. And one of the main ways that they ensured that we can never work together with white Americans to build this country and push to what it's supposed to be was bringing your Afro-immigrant ass over here to undermine us. Those days are done. I just want to make sure if you didn't hear it nowhere else, if nobody else told you, let them know Divine told you that shit is over. And that's
from bro to so.
You got my Sister Brooke. Sister Brooke, I want you to read this comment. Remember I told you that Brother Maddox had a meeting with former District Attorney Robert Morgenthau. And Robert Morgenthau showed him the snitch list. And some of the people in this city who some people rock with was on that list. And Sister Brooke remembers when we were in Harlem at the Schomburg, because Brother Divine, mentioned an organization. And that organization was there at that commission meeting. And my comment was, all of you are compromised. All of you are compromised. Did I get a rebuttal? No rebuttal. Because, and Alton used to say this, Sister Pat can confirm, he used to say, tell him I said it. Tell him I said it. Sister Brooke.
I've been waiting patiently.
I said she's been steaming.
I've been waiting patiently.
Go off. Go off.
Let the Gatling
I got a
go,
whole
Sister
list
Gal.
of shit. I just sit here and take notes. I've been waiting patiently. Please let me finish. Please.
Go off.
God. Please, God. The hypocrisy of these fucking Somalians to sit here and did you know, I sent you a video, Sister Keisha, on the back channels. I sent you a video. Did you know that the reason why that a lot of the Somalians, why the white folks, the YT folks did not go after them was because this was happening around George Floyd? That they did not want to be seen as attacking Black people because they were using our historical background on this land as cover, all the while fixing their mouths to tell us that they're not Black? Because Somalians are the main group in the diaspora who has always said that they're not Black. But when it came to prosecution, as they were stealing from our children, as they were stealing with the food, the money grant programs to feed hungry American children, not even just Black children, all of American children that are citizens and not citizens and not anchor babies. Not that one. That's a different one. You are stealing money from American children. You are stealing money from our American children who have special needs. You are stealing from single mothers who need that money as you lie about being married and unmarried. Because that's what they say. They say, oh, because they got the highest number. This is what Trump was saying. They got the highest number of unmarried or children out of wedlock. And then I hear from the other side that it's only because they're not married on paper, just like another group of people in this city. One starting with a J. So you sit here and you're not married on paper. So you're stealing money from single mothers here in America. You're stealing money from Medicaid. My mom could barely get approved for certain things. While you're stealing billions of dollars from Medicaid. All while you sit in our faces and wag your fucking fingers and tell us how we at the bottom. You know why we at the bottom? Because we're not stealing and scamming and thieving like you. That's why. Then I want to talk about Sincere and them. This ain't towards Sincere, but I just want to say this right here.
Uh-oh.
Let me tell you something, Ankh. And the other guy, whatever the hell your name is, because y'all not even important enough for me to know your names. Let me let you know. I refer to you by whatever shirt you got on that day. That's how important you are to me. Okay? Let me tell you something. If you fucking think I'm going to share my goddamn reparations with the people that sold us, you have lost your ever-loving, cotton-picking mind. If you think I'm going to share my reparations with the people who sat there and told me, because why the fuck I don't hear nobody addressing the fact that they told us that they came in on planes and we came in chains. Well, you know what? Now I saw this video where this lady was sending to my house. She was married to this Haitian dude. She was married to this Haitian dude. And then she went, she dedicated because she went to Haiti with his ass. Shit. So when he got deported, she went back with him. She met him there. She's going to talk about, oh, my husband, he had to come back in chains. Well, that's what y'all said about us. Now, isn't it ironic that y'all sat there and talked shit about us, how we came here in chains, and now you going right the fuck back home in chains, bitch.
Yikes.
For 10 hours. Well, it ain't as long as that goddamn boat ride now, was it? Okay, let me keep going. When you talk about how they sit there and they fake around and be outside of locked places, that's the same shit they did at the nail shop. I started my protest at the nail shop at 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. I can't remember if it was 9 or 10, but it was early in the morning when they started and opened. But when they had that, when Tamika Mallory and my son and Diana Richardson decided that they was going to have some fake ass march or some other nail shop down the block on Nostrand, what time did they do it? 6 p.m. They full of shit. I'll stop screaming and yelling here.
I'm telling you,
tell it like you tell it.
That's it, because it's time for all the fakeness to go away. And it's time for all the foolishness to go away. And a lot of people like to, speak with a hidden tongue, But as she said, where's this energy for that? That we came in chains. They came in planes. I didn't see a bunch of YouTube videos about that.
None.
Not one. And I think I'm hearing some background noise. Is somebody playing a video? Wow. I don't know why that is. Okay. But as she said, the blatant disrespect, there weren't hundreds or thousands of YouTube videos made about that. It's just quiet. But because we standing on our own too, it's a problem. And that's why none of these are folks who a lot of people idol worship, because I'm not into that. Why they don't mention Maddox's name? Go ahead, Brooke.
Because I wrote down notes about that. For the same reason, because they was paid to ignore him. They was paid to ignore him now, and they was paid to betray him then. That's why. The very same people. That's why they don't want to mention his name or yours. That's why when we was trying to set up a debate, they ignored you and me.
That part. That part.
Can I just add that
Go off.
When Sister Marcia was talking about him aligning himself with other people, understand that he is aligning himself with outsiders that do not share his lineage against his own people, his own children. Because although he admitted that his wife is from Aruba, and and her parents, one is from Trinidad and the other one is from St. Martin, although his kids are still half FBA. So you going against your own children, your own grandchildren's lineage to side with people who tried to kill you. And then when you sit, I won't even go there. I won't go there. Because he said a lot of things in that interview, and y'all know I took a lot of notes. I took a lot of notes.
She did.
And timestamps. Because I forget things, and I don't like to forget things. I like
Let's have it.
How angry.
Some of it.
He mentioned that his kids were molested here. Who molested your children? Why you ain't told us? Because let me tell you something. We don't fuck around with child molesters. Why the fuck didn't you tell us? You sat there and you let the child molesters walk around in our community and you ain't say shit? What kind of fucking father are you? If we had
Maybe he's also a molester.
Ouch.
I'm not gonna put that jacket. Yay. Well, we're not gonna put that jacket on people.
No,
that's
wait. Listen. Hold on.
Y'all making it hot.
Draw the line.
Hold on.
Now, I sat here and cursed and screamed and yelled and all that shit. I will not put that jacket on.
Hold on.
Yikes.
Sister Marcia comments is her comments. However, I feel in the same vein as this. To me, that's like the same as calling us agents or CIA operatives and things of that nature. Because when you throw out blanket stuff like that,
yeah, that's
dangerous. However, that's her feeling. That's her feeling.
And
Sister Brooke says,
I didn't say that, and I did not say that.
No, you did not.
No, you did not. If your child was molested on this land, tell us who did it. Because we don't fuck around like that over here.
We chase them up out of here.
Around. That's right.
Check out her record.
Play around like that. So, and the fact that you didn't tell us who did it, I got a question. Were they in the same Pan-African movement as you, Dr. Smalls? Or Professor Smalls? Or I don't even want to put Professor in it no more. Smalls. Is that why you don't want to tell us who it was? Huh? Because they are Pan-African like you? I'm just wondering. Because if you'd came to the community and told us who did it and when they did it and which child they did it to, you already know what would have happened. That's why you ain't telling us. Because you want to protect the molester of your child. You sound like D.L. Hughley. DL Hughley got the nerve to sit up and tell somebody that we already know you'll sell your own child. Because when your child came to, when DL Hughley, I'm going to talk to you, DL. Because when your child came to you and told you that your friend touched on her, you didn't believe her. So why in the hell would we accept anything from you when you couldn't even protect your own flesh and blood? So I'm putting you and Smalls in the same category. Don't you ever come and tell me what's best for me, because you don't even know what's best for your child.
Oh. All right, I have a question. At what point did he make this statement?
Hold on, because you know I got timestamps. Give me a second.
What's the video? What's the timestamp so we can do our research so we know you're not making things up? Because I don't know. I haven't seen it. That's what I'm asking.
Hold on, because you know I got timestamps. Just give me a second. Let me check my notes.
And as she's getting that timestamp, I just want to co-sign and confirm that, because in true Pan-African fashion, he used it the same way they use, oh, what about the Bloods and the Crips when we start talking about tribalism? So he was talking about why would I ever turn my back on the diaspora just because a couple of little things happen when things happen to me and my family right here by my own people. And that's when he went into what was done to his children. So I will co-sign that, and I don't talk over, but it definitely wasn't that video. It definitely happened. I heard it too. I didn't get the timestamp. When he brought it back up, I was like, yo, he damn sure said that, because I got something else to say about that portion of the conversation after she finished cooking. So I hope
as a father,
to interject real quick in terms of my statement. I feel that anyone who protects a predator is a predator. That's the only reason why I say that, because I myself have been assaulted as a child. And when I told people as a child, and when people witnessed it, they themselves blamed me as a child. So and I always tell this to my family, like, you are also a predator because you have accepted what this person has done, and you refuse to protect me because I'm a child and I was chasing it. That's what a predator says. And because I know that, I don't know factually that this man is a predator, but because I know how people protect predators, for me, and only me, like Sister Keisha said, those are my feelings. When someone says that they know that someone did something atrocious to their child and still or is amongst that person, you are also a predator. My feelings only, and I'll stand by myself.
And Sister Marcia, I'm gonna give you a hug.
If it did,
because
I hope that
if
that happened, that he handled that situation accordingly. I would hope that. But go ahead, Brother Tad.
Oh, hold on. I got the timestamp. I'm ready.
All right, hold on. Because we're going to give you the mic back, Sister Brooke.
Okay.
This is just a little intermission. But this is just the ride the tailwind of what Sister Keisha just said. Because that's where I was going. That's why she's my sister from another mister. Me as a father, had that happen, I'm just speaking for me, not no other dude. Had that happened to my child, it wouldn't even be a topic of public conversation, because what the repercussion is would implicate me going to jail. I will give you one little caveat. There was a man one time, my daughter is 30-something now, she's about 15, sent her to the store right around the corner. She don't even have to cross the street. And I knew something was up. She called me from the store, said, Daddy, what did you say, kid, again? I'm like, are you crazy? A roll of toilet tissue, what's wrong with you? And she came back. She said, Moya want to see you. Moya is my baby cousin's mother. She said, did she tell you what just happened? I said, no. She said some bum ass around the corner was acting like he was going to touch her ass. And I said, what you doing? That's a little girl. He told her mind her business. She said, all right, when I tell her father, he said, get who you want. So of course, she got me. Needless to say, he got that thing upside his head. I ain't popping, but damn sure went upside his head a few times. And what's the funny part, right, Sister Keisha? He boogied down Fulton Street, ran across the land. He thought I was finished. I told Moya, take that in the house. Take that in the house. You know, in case somebody saw and called the police. Came back with a chain and wore his ass out. So I'm not finished with you. I'm not finished. That was acting like you wanted to touch my daughter. That was for acting like you wanted to touch her. You didn't touch her. You acted like you wanted to. So had he touched, man, it wouldn't even be on a public platform. It wouldn't be like something happened to my child. But that's just me. That's just me. Everybody ain't built like me because everybody didn't have my experience. Everybody didn't grow up in Brooklyn in the section and in the time that I grew up in. Some people grew up in more lenient times, more forgiving, more understanding. I ain't grow up there. I ain't grow, and I bust dudes' heads for less. So, okay, Sister Brooke, I just had to put that out there. As a father, you Sister act like you want to harm my child.
I just want to hold on. I just want to add this. And Smalls is the man who sat up on Sonetta's couch talking about, if you do something to my child, I'm going to kill your mother. Remember he said that? I'm going to go after your child and your aunt and your this and your that and your blah, 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 fucking blah, blah. But when somebody touched on your child, you ain't got nothing to say? You ain't tell nobody?
Now, what video is this again, Sister Brooke?
And he was a bodyguard?
He
was a bodyguard? Who was he guarding? Who was he protecting as a bodyguard? Just answer me, because if you can't
Pan-Africanism,
the people in your house, your first body of protection is your household. And if you weren't protecting your household, you weren't doing a good job protecting the Pan-Africanists. And that's why Pan-Africanism is the way that it is right now.
Shout out to Dr. Umar.
Dysfunctional, because nobody wants to check him. Oh, let the brother go. Let the brother, you gotta give him time. 20 years? How much time? Marcus Klein did much more in less than 20 years.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Shout out to our brother Marcus Klein in the Freedom Home Academy.
You know, like I said, I would hope
before you
that situation accordingly. I would hope. You know, some things you can't say, you know, what you did or didn't do. You can't, especially if you did something serious. So I would hope that it was handled accordingly. Go ahead, Brother Devon.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I didn't mean to skip Sister Brooke, but you know, Brother Tad not triggered me, but definitely took me back. He wasn't here, but on that broadcast. But not last week, you know, because it was Thanksgiving. The week before that, there was a video played on the broadcast for those that want to catch it can catch it. And it's just so funny, like you say, just her being your sister from another mister, and just kind of that thread that runs through us all. I had a very similar reaction to a video played. It was someone interviewing these people that were part of a squad where it was going around raping women, and it was given a graphic account of what they were doing and stuff like that. And like I gave props to the sisters because they were able to sit through it while I was triggered, because like you, we come from a different era. That's a different time to where, you know, that's just how we were born and bred. Regardless of other bullshit, you can have as many arguments you want with your siblings or with your family members. If somebody touched you or yours, then you was obligated to go and touch them and theirs. That was just what it was. And so I was, you know, telling a similar story, but I had to stop because I was about to give an account, and you know, you don't really know what the statute of limitations are. But I was able to share that story offline with Sister Brooke, what happened. But the whole point was, like, right, if something like that, like you said, that was just at the mere thought that you might touch her. If the touch happens, and I said it in that last broadcast, you don't even got to worry about Divine fighting for reparations no more. I'm out the space. You understand what I'm saying? Because now it's a whole different mission and repercussions that come with that have to happen. It's not even a maybe. It has to happen, because you don't get to do that and get away with it. And like you said, and I said the same thing that on that last broadcast, not to brag or to even promote violence, but we've done more to people for less than that. You got your, you know what I'm saying? You got your mouth busted. Like there was less. You'd had to do less for shit like that to happen. So if you did that, man, listen, Like you said, it don't even there's nothing to even talk about because we're not gonna be able to talk about it. I'm not even gonna be able to bring that up if I'm still out to be able to talk about it, because I might get, you know what I'm saying, implicated in some shit if I start talking about it. So there's no need for me to even bring it up that something like that happened to my family if I'm still out to talk about that something happened to my family. I mean, I got to play with something.
Because there ain't no statute of limitations on the repercussions of what's going to happen.
Never lie.
Sister, and real quick, Sister Keisha, do you know the video Sister Brooke is talking about and the timestamp? So we as a family could view it together.
I'm talking about the video where with him and my aunt. Him, my aunt, and Unc, right?
The recent one.
In the hour, yes. The one they just had, like, you know,
a couple of days
last
ago.
week, yeah, a few days ago. That was his last interview, right? Okay. An hour in is when he said that his children were molested by people he called bro and sis here.
We hate pedophiles.
An hour in.
I don't know if we can say that on this.
We hate them.
We hate pedophiles. I'm saying it for you.
We hate them.
But I don't want to get flagged on the channel. I don't want the channel to get flagged.
Listen, as someone who has been taken advantage of, I can help you say it because they can't take that away from me. And we hate them.
Yeah.
These
you know what this sounds like to me?
Devastated your life and it imprints on you for a long time, and you try to decolonize your mind from one thing and then try to have healthy relationships, and it doesn't work.
Oh God.
Because it always gives you flashbacks, and all you want to do is protect everyone that's around you. So anytime somebody comes around, you just like, yo, I don't know. You know, you on this standoff. And, you know, it's very parallel to a lot of other things in life. But all I could say is that because I'm here, we can say we hate them all, and we could burn them at the stake if we.
I love you, sis. Word up, Marcia. You know I love you, sis. This shit, I ain't gonna front. When it comes to the children, it gets painful. And you know,
Ted, they wanted the people in the church wanted to beat us up. They wanted to kill us.
Well, shit, they always welcome because I don't hide.
I
don't hide.
Shout out to Brother Ray Ray. Right?
You know what you sound like to me?
The young lion, Brother Ashe was ready. He was bout it. So him and Ray Ray walked up in there.
Yeah, they was inside. We outside. They like, yo, go get them.
We're going inside. We're going to disrupt their service.
You know what this sounds like to me?
All I have to say, we don't play with that stuff over here.
Yeah.
We you know, some people may talk about it. We get him up out of here. And he's still behind bars. You know? Now I was in my bed, relaxing, chilling. And I saw that news story. I'm like, hold on. Let me go on social media. Let me see if I can find these people. This is in Brooklyn. This is near where I live at.
It's in our backyard.
Nah. Contact with that family.
And the sad
contact with my swap sisters. Call Brother Tim, Brother Ashe, my great brother Ray is up.
And the sad part was the resistance from us. It was resistance from our folks, the church folks. Why y'all doing this? And why y'all like what?
Because they protect. Because
there's so much personality worship and idol worship.
Absolutely. And it's aligned with what you all are saying in terms of foundational Black Americans. You all are protecting the idea that these folks, you know, my people came in as immigrants. These folks are better than the people that are here. And the people that are here are telling you there's something wrong with this country. And you don't want to believe them. You just want to be like, I got a job and I'm happy and I can do this. But there's something wrong with this country. And you're not going to the foundation of the problem. You're protecting the problem.
And the problem is the immorality that's seated in the culture of this place. We're the moral barometer Foundational Black Americans, we've always been a moral barometer. People say what they want, but I will always give props to Dr. King, who was the bravest freedom fighter we had, because he went places in the belly of the beast with no intentions to fight. I am not that brave. I don't go to certain parts of Brooklyn without the great equalizer. Dr. King went in the deep south with no intention to fight. And just for the record, I want to put it out there. My research, I have not seen one credible shred of evidence that Dr. King had all of these women and was engaged in male-on-male relationship. So I hate when people regurgitate that. It's part of the propaganda camp. Right. So we don't have
files.
And check it out.
That tells us.
Right. But they don't have no proof and no evidence, just allegations. But check the fly part. Had Malcolm not recorded them trying to bribe him, they would have did the same thing. But Malcolm was smart enough to record them and them
Malcolm
trying to
experience trauma from an early age. He experienced them putting his mother in an asylum. He experienced them putting the train, the trolley over his daddy. So he understood this America.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately, Martin, he was cloaked in the church. His family is all about church. So he just thought these good old white folks are here giving us a party.
No, let's not forget Byron Rustin.
Hold on. Pause. Hold on.
Right. Wait.
Hold on. Fast stop. I know you didn't see it. You may not have heard it. But I want you to go on YouTube and put in Hosea Williams. Just because you see it or somebody said they wasn't strapped doesn't mean that.
Right.
So was Rosa Parks. So
right. I like Brother Hosea Williams too.
I love him. You can't say.
Right.
When I went to Mississippi. When I went to Alabama. How I move is how I move. It's none of your goddamn business.
And let me say this. My grandfather was a preacher in Louisiana who never left anywhere without his gun in the Bible.
That's right.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Like Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
So it was known he didn't go anywhere, and white folks didn't dare touch him. My grandfather died of, of cancer. I believe it was cancer because he died before I was born, way before I was born. So I never met the man, but my mom feels that we have very similar spirits. Okay, and so. But just to let you know, just because you are a preacher does not mean you ain't about that life, because they will put a hot bullet in you and then pray at your funeral. Okay.
Right. And just to piggyback on
was one of those.
Yeah, I just want to say real fast that that's a common misconception about Dr. King, and just in this work and the way in which we see it, and when they, because a lot of times, and I've said this before, they will approach me when we're at these spaces and it's getting a little bit rambunctious. They're like, Devon, this person? Are they with you? And I'm talking about the people that we speak the power to, right? Because they view me as the calm one, right? And so that's cool. And I could play that role, but we understand that we need both energies, right? And I believe that's something that they understood. Because we understand that they did get a chance to meet, did get a chance to talk, and most accounts say that they agreed on more things than they disagreed on. Based on what they were fighting for our people for. It was just the tactics and the I would say the image that had to be portrayed at the time. And the last thing I'll say about that too is this: is that when you're doing this work, like, you got to have the inside and the outside game. And I think one of the advantages that I will give Malcolm, well, not advantage, but his experience, was that, remember, Malcolm grew up in the game, right? Like, he was in that street life. So when you are out there, there's an extra level of understanding of the system that you have and the tactics that they use. So he was well aware of, yeah, I might need to record these folks. I need to record the boys because I understand, you know, the tactics that they use, because they use those tactics on me to get me caught up. You know what I'm saying? Because he did time, right? So I'll say that. And lastly, I want to come back to the small thing before we move on, because I see a video on the screen. I want to point out how disgusting and nefarious, not only the comment that he made for all the reasons we already discussed, but because he used it and what happened, regardless of whatever he did or didn't do behind it, talking about it lets me believe he didn't do enough. But the bottom line is he used that as the false equivalent to make excuses for the Ghanaians that one pulled out the deal. Like Brother Taz said, that sound like some Umar shit, but let's just say it's true. Let's live in the world that what he said about what happened in Ghana is true. He used a traumatic event that happened to his family, that he didn't expose who did it, because it could be the people that believe and think just like he thinks. But he used it as the deflection and the what about black on black crime to excuse that the Ghanaians pulled out of his deal for a video of him speaking the truth about them and how they move, and to make excuses that there was a contingency of Ghanaians that wanted to take his life in Ghana. Oh, I just really want that to sink in for a second, because true to, again, what I believe the foundation of Pan-Africanism is, which is really to denigrate and to disillusion Black Americans, this man has more smoke for his own people saying, hey, we're just a distinct and separate ethnic group. And he critiques us more than he critiques actual Ghanaians that was trying to take his life. And if we believe him, pulled out of a deal that he entered in good faith, not because he did something to them, but because he spoke truth about how some of them operate. And he still will make excuses for Africans to this day, while bringing smoke to his own people, but just saying, hey, we're just trying to be a distinct ethnic group because the African-American term is compromised and we can't use it anymore for anything that means specifically us. To me, that is that's not a bug in the system. That's the design of Pan-Africanism.
Woo! Sister Keisha, before you play the video, Sister Brooke, just give me the time. I know you got it written in the time. Just give me the time.
An hour in. 1
hour exactly?
1 hour. Around that. An hour in.
All right.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know.
I don't have the seconds down, but it's an hour in.
Okay. All right. You got it, Sister Keisha.
No, I didn't have it. And I'm not going to play it here. But I'll send it to you. I'll put it in the chat. Uh-oh, Tab, we can't hear you. Something must have happened. You can't hear
my
Tab.
bad. I put my mic on.
Okay,
put my mic on. No, I was just saying you got the floor back. That's all I was saying. I'm not going to show, I got the video on the back end and I wanted to scan it real quick. That's all.
An hour in.
You don't have to play it, sis. I want to see this video. Yeah.
Got it. Because I'm not trying to give no clout to some things that disturb me. But anyway,
can I just make one more point before?
Sure. Go ahead.
Not too long ago, speaking of the great state of Louisiana, where my mother is from, it was publicized that during Mardi Gras that there is a section called the Zulus, right?
That part.
And the Africans kept saying that we were cultural appropriating their culture by calling a section in their parade, or a section of people who make costumes. I'm not exactly sure how it works, you know what I'm saying, in there. So I don't want to, please forgive me to the New Orleans people. but they were saying that we were culturally appropriating. So they have separated. And where was Smalls? Because I refuse to call him professor anymore, because he told us that he gave himself that title, and that they're the white. And how did you get to become a professor with their degree at City College? Because that's what he said in the video. That's what he said. He said, and they didn't want to take it away from him. It's so many things. I have so many, like you, Sister Keisha, I'm going to let me know, how deep you want me to go with the things that I noticed in that video, because there's so many. But I just wanted to know, how come you didn't have nothing to say when they said that we was culturally appropriating the Zulus? Nothing. You had nothing to say. You didn't come out. You didn't speak for us. You didn't say, oh, we are all the same people. They didn't say we are all the same people. So I'm going to let you go ahead and play from a video of what we need to delineate from.
Yeah, this took place in Alabama. Sister went to get her hair braided. Now, prior to getting her hair braided, she had communicated with that braid shop about what she wanted and what it would cost. And I'm glad she kept everything in writing. And when she got there, her hair was braided, but when it was done, they quoted a different price. And so she said, no, I'm going to pay you what you quoted me. Well, the shop owner and a couple of braiders, they started pulling her hair, cutting out of her hair, and so on and so forth, and wouldn't let her leave the shop. Now, this is Alabama, and this is what I'm saying. They need to, I think somebody put in the chat, need to spend at least 10 years in these spaces before they get to move anywhere. You see? But I'm going to play this video, and we'll come right back, because a lot of people in these spaces do not discuss this. You always coming down on us, but you ain't got that kind of smoke because it doesn't fit a particular narrative. That's why they don't do it. Hold on.
Let my hair go. I'm not leaving. Let it go. I'm not leaving. You gotta pay. I got the message. I done paid you exactly what you asked for. Let my hair go.
I don't care.
Let my hair go.
I don't care. Give me my phone. I'm gonna do a live. Go ahead.
Let my hair go.
I do the same thing.
She's
I'm
here.
not leaving.
She don't want you to.
She don't want to pay.
She don't want you to pay, sir. Man, show the money. Show what I paid.
You paid, but we're gonna fix it. You not leaving.
Show what I paid.
I'm not showing nothing. You didn't pay enough. This is the money, but you're not leaving.
Hello? Man, you sound crazy. Yeah, come in. Bro, let my hair go.
We cannot leave you because
I'm finna sue you, bro. I'm finna sue you.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot you too.
I said sue. Okay. Now let me go.
We're gonna sue you too.
Now you wanna threaten me?
Yeah, because you hit me first.
Man, let me go. No, I did, bro. Let me go.
You're not leaving. We're gonna fix it.
Nah, you ain't doing nothing. Let me go.
Oh, you're not leaving. We're gonna fix this.
Bro, let me go.
You're not leaving. Oh, look at this. She paid $250. You can pay $250 for
you didn't say $250.
Okay, I told you just pay for the hair and leave. Yeah, record us.
Let my hair.
So when earlier this year, there was a call to boycott African hair braiding shops. Where are the Africans speaking out against this? Where are the African hair braiders speaking out against this? Where are the Pan-African groups speaking out against this? Why aren't you condemning this type of behavior? Why should we let things like this slide? Now, the three of them are currently in jail for kidnapping. This is Alabama. You see what I'm saying? And people get things twisted. But I'm glad that sister also not only just recorded, but have everything in writing of what she corresponded and what the price would be for the particular hairstyle that she wanted. Nobody, I didn't see Caribbean podcasters, and I didn't see none of that. I didn't see whole panel discussions about this type of behavior. I haven't seen it. If I missed it, let me know. But I haven't seen any panel discussions about this. As Sister Brooks said, there are thousands of videos, especially on TikTok, where you can find them calling us dogs, cursing us not just here, but to eternity.
Mm-hmm.
As Sister Brooks says, saying that we came in chains and all kinds of disrespect. But I don't see panel discussions about this. And I'll tell you why. The same reason why there aren't panel discussions about predators in our midst. The same reason why there are no panel discussions about people stealing from the community. The same reason why you don't see panel discussions about people from the diaspora who come into these reparations commission hearings or meetings speaking out of turn, disrespecting us, saying we don't deserve it, or trying to tack themselves onto it. Where are these groups for that? Where are you? Where are the panel discussions for that? As Brother Devon said, and he can tell you if I'm lying, all of the groups that he reached out to for a letter of support from the diaspora in this city, not even a response. But there are no panel discussions about that. There are no panel discussions about when you enter communities in which they live, they look at you with disdain. They don't speak to you. They're disrespectful to you. No panel discussions about that. Because in their minds, I think it doesn't fit a particular narrative. And they can't chase clout off of that. That's just my opinion. Go ahead, Sister Brooke.
So I want to speak about a specific part. 46 minutes and 30 seconds into the video, he said that white folks got together with the American Colonization Society and tried to get free Black people out of the country and send them to Africa because the free Black people were fostering a rebellion with the enslaved Black people. And that's why they tried to get them to Liberia. Then when they moved them to Liberia, they mixed them in with the indigenous African population that was involved with the slave trade. So one, that let me know that that they sold us. But you never, ever talk about that, Smalls. Number two, it let me know that so when you sit here and you talk about how, what was that Kaczynski nonsense that Brother Tad already proved was full of shit, that not only that, but that white folks was always trying to get us to leave our land. That has been the plan forever. And you are the one who are siding with the white folks in the American colonies. You and your Pan-African buddies. You are the ones working with the American Colonization Society, not us. You are. So how can we be the FBI and the CIA when we are counterproductive with their plan? Huh? Smalls? Your plan is the one that's going right along with, buddy, with the American Colonization Society. Trying to move us in next door and live arm in arm with the very people that sold us. You don't see a problem with that? And when Ankh in the blue shirt or whatever the heck his name is, the Tariq hater, that's his name. Because that's what it's all about. Because he don't never have no facts, no figures, no nothing. All he got is righteous. I don't even want to say righteous, is unrighteous hatred for Tariq. That's all he got. That's all he stands on. It's his hatred for Tariq. So when you sit there and you say all of these things, y'all don't even know that you are disproving your own point. The more you talk, the more your foot goes down your fucking throat. Eat your own foot. Because you're full of shit and we all smell it. It drives me nuts that they think that for 1 second, I am going to let them folks in Africa get paid for my ass twice. You already got your cowrie shells and your liquor and your umbrellas and your glass bottles and your china bowls and all that nonsense. And tin roofs. You already got it. If you think I'm going to share my reparations, and let me point this out again, because I keep saying this. Even if we wanted to, we can't. It is unconstitutional. This is why DEI got overturned. This is why affirmative action got overturned, because it is unconstitutional. These idiots want to sit up here and talk about their feelings. I feel that I would just give it out to everybody. Well, you ain't the American government. And even if you wanted to give it out to everybody, I don't want it to be given to everybody. I don't want to share my reparations with people who sold me. People who selling their own family right now.
Oh, my sister hot.
Hot as fish grease. Yo, these people, they constantly.
You know what I want to know though? Well, I think I know, but I'm going to ask y'all. Why do they keep mentioning Tariq Nasheed in this light as it relates to FBA, but he didn't have that feeling when the Hidden Colors series was out? Go ahead, Brother Divine.
Oh, that's an easy one. That's an easy one. So they're never gonna denigrate anything that goes along with the agenda, or that they can, that they can push that they feel bolsters their agenda, right? It's the same way you see how, like you just said, like if you are for, see, here's the thing, and this is what I say, that for me, I draw the line I draw a distinction between Pan-Africanism and global unity based on melanin. Those are not the same thing. I'm okay with global unity based on melanin, especially we're talking about, global oppression based on whiteness, right? If we want to combat global whiteness, yeah, we need some global unity based on melanin. But unity is always based in respect.
Mm-hmm.
Pan-Africanism is based in disrespect.
Mm-hmm.
It needs Black Americans to disrespect each other, disrespect ourselves, and most importantly and most egregious, disrespect our ancestors. Because we have to separate ourselves and divorce ourselves from everything that we've done and built on this land. And so while they believed that the Hidden Colors were talking about, yeah, we just need to be Pan-African. And here's why. Because another thing, I don't even know the brother's name either. I keep saying brother, that's just triggering me, but I say that loosely. The dude that was on the panel, I think his name was like Saad or Hassad or some shit like that. The one that was
Minister Assad.
Fuck his name and his mama.
Yeah, so him, Minister Assad. At the end, right before I clicked over to come here, he said something very telling, and this is how they conflate, and this is kind of answers the question. He was talking to Sincere, and he was like, Sincere, we agree. And Sincere's like, no, we don't. And he's like, yeah, you're a Pan-African. Ideologically, ideally, he's like, why? He's like, do you believe in global unity, that all black people should be united? And he was like, yeah, like, he's like, I think that would be ideal. That's not practical. And I'm paraphrasing the brother sincere, so forgive me. But he was saying that's not practical. But yeah, it will be, ideally, it would be great if that can happen. And the Minister Assad said, yeah, that's Pan-Africanism. And that's a goddamn lie, right? And that is the way in which they conflate their agenda with the lie. Like we see it with legislation all the time. I say, the headline giveth and the fine print taketh away.
That's right.
Same thing with Pan-Africanism. The headline says we just want all of us to be united. The fine print lets us know that unity is based on Black Americans pretending that we're just generic Africans in America, and that everything we built here doesn't matter, and everything that we do came from Africa. If we can get on board with that, then we can have unity. If you're not willing to sacrifice that and you have respect for your ethnic autonomy like we do, all of a sudden, Pan-Africanism starts to look real fugazi when you hold up to the light. And that's what this movement is exposing. And so while Tariq was talking, what they felt was the whole, yeah, well, let's just be globally united based on melanin because we're all the same. And that's really what your Hidden Colors is showing, that we're all the same. Even though, as Tariq points out right now, and this is not to defend Tariq because he does a great job of doing that himself. The first Hidden Colors talks about the Aboriginal here in North America. So they ignored that part to take all the rest to continue to push scam Africanism. And the reason why they invoke him now as the leader is because you can't kill a movement that doesn't have a leader. You need a target. That's how, if we're going to be perfectly honest, again, I'm not going to sit there and say anybody is one directly. Like we said, we got to be careful with that language. But when we understand history and observe how and why COINTELPRO was so effective, is because it targeted people and not the ideology or not the movement. You needed, I can't remember what master teacher, what scholar said it, but this was brilliant, and this is kind of what we're doing now. When you are on code, regardless whoever is the point person or who might be the loudest voice at the time, upon their death or other means that we won't have to get into and be that explicit. But the bottom line is when you have a movement that is that powerful, you can bury the man and continue to plan. And so when you have a movement that's based on a personality, once the man is buried, so is the movement. Because it was based on that individual, man or woman. And so that's why they try so desperately to put the leadership jacket onto Tariq. Because if they can get that to be a truth, then the lies they tell on that truth can potentially destroy and undermine and derail the movement. That's why they're so upset. That's why the Minister Assad, that's why his whole thing, like Sister Brooke just said, that's his entire personality on the panel. He just hates Tariq. It don't matter what is being talked about. Tariq's name comes out of his mouth, and he starts to slandering. And it's a movement with an ideology. And he keeps saying he's not the leader, but he's the leader because of this. It's like all of this shit is just a mad dash. It's a frantic, right? Frenetic frenzy. Not to do the alliteration, but it just came out that way. That's what they do. That's all they have. Because the facts and the historical record will never be on their side. So it doesn't matter how many titles they give themselves, like Smalls did. It don't matter if you call yourself a pseudo killer. It don't matter if you call yourself a minister. It don't care if you put on that dirty dashiki and that kufi 5 days a week. Here's what we know. The facts and the historical record are on our side. That's why it's not even up for debate. Most of these debates are practices in futility, which is why once they know and your reputation precedes you, I can't tell you how many debates I was supposed to be a part of. We were supposed to be Pan-Africans on the other side, especially with the most famous and public one we was going to be a part of, where we had member Salages, Jam Ayuwar, and Ron Daniels supposed to be there. Now, these are the top of the top. These supposed to be your master teachers. They tuck-tailed and ran. They didn't want no parts of Member Lucas and this little U.S. Freedom Project that didn't have any of the cash that we have now, but they knew the facts and the historical record was on our side. They knew that. And once they know, you get the bad faith bullshit that was on display before we went live. You get the bad faith argument and tactics. You get the trolling. You get them trying to trigger you. And once you could play past all of that, they get exposed for the bullshit artists that they are. And that's what's happening to all of them in real time. Like it's beautiful to see. Because once you understand that the gaslighting doesn't work, it's the same thing that's happening with the Democrat Party. When they try to tell us, oh, we're your best shot, or you can get reparations with us, you can't get the reparations with them. But it's like, but hold on, I know about this. I know about that. I saw this. I saw what you did in California. I know who I'm fighting here in New York. That's not accurate. And once you can put the gaslighting and all the emotional responses to the side, you can get down to the real work of centering our lineage, centering our families, and fighting for us, understanding that if we don't do it, nobody else will.
Can I add on to that? Can I add on to that? And
Please.
I'm gonna ask. Oh, okay. I'm gonna speak plain. So excuse me here, right? Before I even say what I'm gonna say, but I got to say it. Pan-African has turned into the Dubai baddie movement. And by that, I mean, if you watch, I think Brother Tad already know what I'm about to say here because he already giggling. So the baddies are going to Dubai, and we're finding out when they sit there talking about, oh, I'm getting paid all this money, I'm getting paid. You know what they're doing when they go over there? They're going over there and they're eating shit. Literally. I just watched a video where this African girl said she had, she came from whatever country she came from. She ain't never had no money. And she thought she was going to be able to go over there, eat the shit, throw it up, and spend the money. But no, that's not the plan. You got to be there for hours and days and eat shit for 2 weeks straight. So now she came back with a bunch of diseases that she can't get rid of, and she stinks everywhere she goes. People don't even want to be around her. She's begging for medical attention because whatever she ate is coming out of her body. She can't get rid of it. That is Pan-Africanism to foundational Black Americans. You want us to eat everybody's shit, and we ain't with it. And I ain't there because that was
Yuck. Brother Jay says, yuck.
We ain't with it. You ain't shoving it down our throats. You can't pay us to do it. You can't trick us into it. You can't lie to us and tell us that it's chocolate cake. Okay? You can't do it. We see it for what it is, and it ain't happening. So you better take that shit to somebody else.
Yeah, I was just gonna add this real quick because it is so multi-layered, and I'm glad Sister Brooke and Brother Divine got to see it. In terms of that video, Minister saw somebody I consider a brother, from my Pan-African days. And me, I'm always of the mindset I don't sit with people, break bread, and then disrespect them. We can always have a disagreement, respectful disagreement, but I'm not going to negate your feelings, Brother Divine, and your feelings, Sister Brooke, because they're legitimate and they're warranted. because, as Brother Divine pointed out, these are not good faith arguments. And that's what's disheartening about it all. Because our ideology changed, that's just indicative of our growth. People like me and Sister Keisha who've done our research, who these folks know us from doing work together and apart. So I'm glad that y'all two have a voice amongst us, because for some reason, as an FBA, it's almost like folks want to stifle our voice. And that's something that you mentioned earlier, Sister Brooke. And I'm glad that you brought that up. And in addition to that, I don't think folks are really pointing out the contradictions. And again, respect to Professor Smalls. Everybody's human. That's why I don't follow nobody. I support and agree with points, not people. That's how I was able to be in the African village and straight Black pride at the same time, because I did not worship Jeannie and I did not worship Dr. Ray Hagins. I am my own man. My name is Tad. That's it. Like, I am me. If I agree with what you're teaching, if you're making points that I agree with, then we're going to rock on the strength of that agreement. That's it. But I did see Professor Small say, I'm FBA. In fact, I'm probably more FBA than most of these people saying they're FBA. But it's funny how people want to be FBA when it's convenient to bring home a point just to be right. See, as Brother Divine talked about the good faith discussions, nobody's having a conversation to have understanding. Everybody just want to be right. And that's something I said when we went to that little jump off in Flatbush. I said, don't speak in accusatory tones, open up so that we can have an understanding. But from the moment they put the video on, it was an attack. The Black people, like we don't know our history, like we don't know our ancestors, like we don't know anything. And that's an insult within itself. And they don't like that we're pushing back because we're growing, not just in numbers in terms of support, but just our thought processes, our mentality, just to the fact that we have tools at our hands. We have ChatGPT, Gemini, books, the internet. We can really research. We are literally talking to our grandparents. Hey, grandma, you remember your grandmother? Yeah. I got her documents around there somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. This is a picture of this one. This is a picture of that one. Wow. So we're doing our family history. We're not looking into books by Dr. Such and Such to find out who we are. We're talking to our living bloodline relatives who may not be in agreement. When I was a young person in my 20s, I heard niggas are afraid of revolution. Niggas are scared of revolution. And I remember you said niggas love Malcolm, but niggas didn't love Malcolm. And I was like, what do you mean nobody love Malcolm? When I was coming up, I thought everybody loved Malcolm. And then as you get older and you talk to people that was there, he didn't have a big following as you would think he did, you know? And it just speaks to how we reimagine history and our story, and we have true and living amongst us, and then we discard them until they're deleted and out of here. And that's what a lot of these people are doing with these Dr. Such and Suches, no matter who they are. Because everybody's human, and we're supposed to take the information they gave and build upon it. We're doing that. A lot of these Pan-Africans want to live in the past. Nobody's talking about the now. Nobody's talking about the future. This is why I appreciate you, Brother Divine and Sister Brooks, so much, because y'all are getting legislation looked at. You're building momentum, because people keep saying, what FBA building? What they doing? What they doing? I'm like, yo, I've been Pan-African for over 30 years, and
what did they
I ain't see a budge yet. And I had a brother who commented, he gonna tell me, and this is crazy, the sucker that was at the spot, Devon, he gonna sit here and write a comment that I just became Pan-African 10 years ago. He said, I was movement hopping. I said, wow, we name calling now, right? He said, I was movement hopping. First you was African Village, then you were straight Black Pride, and said I was in both at the same time, and both of them were Pan-African organizations. But that's another thing. These dudes are not organizing either. It's just all about feel-good history online. That's it. You don't see them in the streets. Everybody's a scholar. Nobody's an architect. Nobody's a builder. Nobody's building anything. Just more arguments. But then he said, I came into the knowledge 10 years ago, and I had to remind him, my dude, I've been reading. I came into the movement in 1997 with Dr. Khalid Muhammad. And that's just a fact. That is just a natural fact. I always tell the story how I met him in a corner store, Clinton and Fulton in Brooklyn. There was a corner store called Yalfa. I went in there to get my kids some snacks. I was all fatigued up, had my hoodie on, the blicky on the waist, and I saw this bald-headed black man who was just glowing. And I said, hold up, I don't know that ain't who I think it is. I peered around his side. I said, Dr. Khalid? Turned around, yes, brother. Pulled my hoodie off, introduced myself. We exchanged numbers. The rest was history. So it's funny because I've just been silent. Like I said, I know Minister Assar personally. I consider him a brother. Though we're not in agreement right now. And it was the same thing with Straight Black Pride. When everything started falling apart, people tried to get my take. And I said, I know both parties who's at odds, and I don't sleep in people's beds and eat their food and talk shit about them. That's not me. I slept with one party. I slept with that family under their roof in Atlanta, and I stayed at Irritated Genie House. And we all ate together, individually, collectively, as a family. Sister Keisha, remember, we was down there in Atlanta at their house with Baba Quasi, just running jokes and having a good time.
To 2 o'clock in the morning.
To 2 in the See, I don't do shit like that. And then we get in a disagreement and I'm gonna get online and talk shit about you. I don't do that. That's not who I am. That's not my character. I'm not cut like that. We can respectfully disagree. We can respectfully disagree. But once you start calling me names and the slander, because none of that shit was there when we were all in the same room. And I'm quite sure it won't be that if I'm standing in front of you. Because it's so, yeah, drop a bomb to that. Because soon as we in that brotherhood, I draw a line in the sand and you could be the ops and see how I treat the ops. As much as I show love and brotherhood, I show hate to enemies. So identify yourself as an op. Let it be known. I see the little sly remarks and comments, right? Right, Brother Black, right, Brother Divine? Because real dudes, right? I ain't gonna throw no shots at you. I'm gonna speak to you offline. I ain't gonna throw a rock from a distance. And then when I see you face to face, it ain't none of that. Because I don't want to get physical with these dudes because I know they're not built like me. And that's just a natural fact. I'm with a lot of them wish they was. I'm FBA. I'm from Brooklyn. I was born and raised in New York City. My mom and my daddy from New York City. My grandparents are from the Carolinas, both sides. One side is from North Carolina, my mother's side, and my father's side, and my mother's father are from South Carolina. And then we get the bloodlines through all of that. Through all of that, hundreds of years, back to the 1800s, back to during the enslavement. I can prove my lineage. I've done it on both sides of the family. I don't know why these people are playing. I'm me, and I like being me. But all of these people cosplaying continental Africans when they don't even look like some of these dudes look. With these multicolored dashikis and kufis on their head, and like it's a hodgepodge of bullshit. You saying Ashe, that's Yoruba. You say Hotep, that's Kemetic. You say Madasi and all that, that's Tree. You speaking 3 different languages in one sentence. You sound crazy. You sound crazy. Because there's no fluidity, there's no real structure. There's not. Show me one Pan-African organization that teaches the people at least Swahili. So if you're going to be Pan-African, at least connect in a language. None of this stuff exists. So all I'm saying, I'm gonna speak for this FBA dude. We just want to be left alone. Let us do what we doing on this side of the board. Y'all got that going on over there? Stay over there with that. We over here doing this. Please stay out of our way because the disrespect is coming from Pan-Africans. They're mad because the numbers is dwindling. They're mad because the momentum is dying. They're mad because there's no real progress that they could point to. Y'all are 2 young people, Sister Brooke, Brother Divine, and look at the strides y'all made already. Ain't even 10 years deep yet. Ain't even 10 years deep in the work you doing. But you got more to show than dudes. And I I don't want to disrespect nobody because me personally, speaking for myself, I got genuine love for a lot of the people that's still in that movement and in that paradigm. So I'm not even going to be phony to myself and act like I don't care. If something happened to one of them, if one of the brothers was to call me and they really needed me and I saw it feasible to assist, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to let this difference in ideology impede the brotherhood that we built. But I see other dudes that's doing that. And I just call them suckers. And I'm be honest with you, Sister Keisha, a couple of dudes, I remember Jeannie asking me questions about some of these dudes, like, yo, is he gay? Is he straight? Like, yeah. I was like, nah, they just not built like us. You know what I'm saying? But then I look at dudes' behavior and I have to question, are you gay? Because you act like a little chick online and all this other shit. Act like bitches. But I'm off my soapbox with that one.
Hey, Brother Tad, before anybody else get it, I just want to say this real quick.
Yeah.
Know that having the ability to be diplomatic is a superpower. And you continue on that and do the flip side too when you get to it if you have to. That's what
I appreciate that, bro. You know why? Because I just want to be myself. And I always tell people the most courageous thing you could do in this world is be yourself. See, everybody's cosplaying. Me and Dog laugh about this all the time. Dog's like, yo, you been knew I wasn't with that African stuff. You know, he supported Pan-Africanism. He supported it. But he wasn't like, I'm going back to Africa. He said, I always tell people, that's Tad thing. That's Tad thing. And he respected it as such. He never teased me or, you know what I'm saying? Because he know I'm on my journey. Each of us, all 6 of us on this panel, everybody watching on live, everybody watching the playback, we all on our own individual journey. And everybody can't go. So I thank you, Brother Black, because I'm just being true to myself. Because if I can't get on here because Brother Divine and Sister Brooke is our guest and I want to be in alignment with them. So I'm going to disrespect people that I know already and they haven't made personal attacks against me. So I'm not going to make personal attacks against them. But then there are people who have made personal attacks that I found disrespectful and I knew they wouldn't do it in my face. And that's what I find disingenuous, but that's the coward move. Because real ones link up. Like, yo, let's build, let's get up. We either gonna hash it out or shoot the 5. And we could be cool after we shoot the 5. That's where I'm from. We ain't gotta agree. We throw hands for 5 minutes, whatever's, and dap it up after the fact. We can either squash it after that or go our separate ways. But we don't do disrespect, man. Not me. I respectfully disagree with people. You know, but that's just me. That's just me. I'm off the soapbox. I appreciate
you. You're gonna give a lot more grace than I will.
Exactly. Because my sister is the super warrior.
Because first of all,
that's why Sister Keisha married Jamaican. She a rude girl, you know.
And he mentioned that too. The person, isn't your husband from Jamaica? And I said, yeah, he's on call with his FBA wife though. And at any point, I've been married. In 3 weeks, it would be 28 years. At any point, he feels otherwise. Family court is open Monday through Friday. I don't love nobody more than myself. He will tell you that. He will tell you that. So for anyone who is confused, then he says, don't y'all got children? We both had our children before we got married. So let me put that out there. But when we came together in union, they are our children. Not stepchildren, our children. Now, things, as I said before, can give you a lot of perspective when you study the story. Because it's not just genealogy, it is the story of who you are. And my family's in the chat. Uncle Jesse, Aunt Marie, Peasy, Arnold, Anthony, Russ. They will tell you that I sat at the elders' feet in my family at my Aunt Pauline's house for hours, going through documents. And the more questions I asked, the more stuff they brought out to me. in July. Yeah, July. Went to a family gathering, sat down with another elder in my family for 5 hours. The next day, she presented me with a book of our family's history, going back to the 1700s. And then I began to research even further. And so I say this to say, when you know certain things, it changes your perspective and how you see the world. And one line on my maternal side, my maternal paternal side, excuse me, I actually have a copy of the bill of sale for that ancestor. So I know who sold him. I know who bought him. But I do have a question, because you all don't have to think like me. Don't you find it mighty strange that people have such an affinity for an entity that, because of war or dislike, sold you into slavery? To me, it equates the same thing as if my child was kidnapped. And for many years, she was held in captivity. And then she got free. But she had such a love and affinity for her kidnapper. Is that not a psychological breakdown? That's just me.
Syndrome. Stockholm syndrome.
Brother Black said it. So that's just me. Sister Marcia says that people don't like to call out bad behavior in certain movements. And all throughout that movement is bad behavior. I have seen married men try to sleep with other women. I've seen married women try to sleep with other men. I've seen people beat their spouse, or I didn't see it, heard it, that they beat their spouse, stole, threatened, lied, all in the name of movement and brotherhood. To me, that's not brotherhood. I don't know what you call it, but I don't. Another thing that annoys the hell out of me is that because you have an experience, I must share that same experience. No, ma'am, and no, sir. Brother Tad said he went to that hotel and it's trash.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not giving you money for trash. My husband will tell you I like to fly first class too. I don't play these kind of games. Dr. Short sent us photographs, and you all can see it on TripAdvisor. It's there. No, ma'am, and no, sir. And Dr. Claude Anderson said this, and I'll try to find it before we leave. He says, people building hotels in Africa, but they ain't got nothing here. He said there could be unity because Africa has resources and we have the brains and the know-how. Matter of fact, I have it. I have the video. I'm going to play this and then we'll go to Sister Brooke. Let me play this real quick because you all can hear it for yourselves. When he was in Kenya.
Right, with Mumba Saraki, yes.
29 million blacks and about 2.5 million non-blacks. And one white family alone in South Africa controls over 50% of the wealth.
Yeah, that's true.
And you keep bringing in whites, giving them all the wealth and resources. The issue in Africa should be resources, and don't be talking about no rights and privilege. You start talking about owning and control of resources. And now here's a solution to you because my time is running out with you.
Yeah.
What you should be doing is going after resources and power. That's the issue. Now, to get resource and power, you can't do it just singly based on Africa. because to do it, to build wealth and power, it's like a 4-leg table. It's a 4-leg stool. You got to have 4 legs to be empowered. One leg, you have to be controlled. You got to have land and resources. You have to have wealth, some money. You have to have political clout. You have to have skills.
Yeah.
And see, in Africa, you all don't have those things. What you did have in Africa was the resources. You had that. But now that these other people, the Europeans and China, take that away from you. But the other 3 legs of that stool you needed, or leg of that table, was like the political clout and the skills and the wealth is in the black people in America. And so if you can make that a 4-leg table by have these blacks in Africa that got the resources and bring them to America. I tried to do that back in 1978 with Maynard Jackson. We built the international airport in Atlanta. I tried to do a reverse investment trade program. We have a trade fair. You all need to get together, have an international trade fair in America, and have all the Africans over there, particularly the black industrialists, African industrialists that got control of resources. You all set up bring it to the United States, have a big major a conference, where call it a mix and match conference. And then when you bring all the best black minds in America in business, the best black minds in politics, best black minds in capital, and they meet with you all when you bring your resources, you all have tents set up and sit there and say, we're gonna mix and match. You build some major international corporations where you all become partners based on them having the skills, the capital, and the contacts, and you all having the resources. Then you become a power base, you become a team.
Yeah, that's really powerful.
If you don't do that, you're wasting your time. Black folk in America need to quit system. I'm going back to Africa.
Yeah.
I'm going to Africa and set up, I'm gonna build me a hotel. I'm gonna go back there and build me a restaurant in Africa. The same Negroes cannot even build a hotel and a restaurant in the United States.
Yeah.
And when I went over trade missions in Nigeria as an example, there's one black, he'd gone in there trying to set up a record company over there. And he had sold a lot of records, but then they found out he couldn't get the records out because they nationalized him, took it away from him. And then Pan Am, they came to see me. Pan Am, they had $1 million worth of profits. They couldn't get it out. And Johnson & Johnson's cosmetics was trying to set up a big business in Nigeria for cosmetic for black women. They got wiped out because they didn't have this combination, what I'm telling you.
The partnership.
They didn't have the partnership. They were doing it in reverse. They're going to try to go there and exploit and be just like European whites.
Yeah.
Going to Africa.
Yeah, the colonialists,
That's right.
like a neo-colonialist.
That's right. They're going to try to practice black. They invited blacks to come to Africa and practice neo-colonialism and try to set up business. You're doing it wrong. You got to set up major. You got to take Atlanta, Georgia, or some big city, rent 10 blocks, and fill the blocks up with black folk who are interested in invitational based on the skills and the tools necessary that you have to have a major international team. That's the way you do it.
And there you have it. And
you in South Africa, when you got about 29 million black.
There you have it. Because no one champions Dr. Claude Anderson. And I'll tell you why. It doesn't fit a particular narrative. And as I said, my dear brother Tad got a lot more grace for some folks than I have. When I am done with you, I am done. Period. Because you said what you said and you meant what you meant. Brother Tad he'll tell you he's cool with someone he mentioned on this platform. I am not. I am not. And now at this point, an apology doesn't even suffice. So I'm done.
Yeah, I don't want an apology from anybody. I just want to be left alone. I'm of the mindset, right, sis? Because and this is why I'm so diplomatic, and people don't understand, right? Because I saw somebody in the chat, talking strong. We let that rock. Because people don't know. It gets real out here in the field. People don't know, like, if I'm not going to be your brother, if I'm going to be your enemy, then that's what we doing. And I have a tendency to take it overboard. You know what I'm saying? That's when folks call the law. Because like I like to tell people, whoever you getting on me, you better make sure you ain't going to miss them too much. Because if they come at me and they come wrong, lights out. And see me, I'm old enough. I done been through it. I done been through it in the 80s and the 90s. I'm tried and true. Like I'm bigger than all of that petty violence and the fighting and that's corny. That's low level stuff to me. Because once it's up, it's up. You can't call your man. You got to call the cops. Because anybody you call, you just putting them in the line of fire.
Facts.
I don't play with my life. I go home to my family.
Facts.
And at the end of the day, that's the goal. I don't care who in the way.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to argue and get your head split over different ideologies? All right. You petty. And I don't deal with petty minds like that.
I'm not going to play any games.
Right.
That's why I say I'm done when I'm done.
Right.
And I mean that. And, you know, as I said, there was someone that Tad mentioned. You can't apologize now.
Right.
But that has nothing to do with Tad's relationship with him. That's his friend. He's cool with him. I'm not. But you see how Tad and I are still able to rock. Because
the
we're
only
adults.
one I said I'm cool with is Minister Asar. Everybody else kick rocks.
I'll text you. But
okay.
but that has nothing to do with Tad and our relationship. You see what I'm saying? I'm an adult. I don't have to go off in a tangent. Well, he's his friend, so I can't be his friend.
Right.
That's so childish. But when people come against this particular lineage based off a feeling that they have because someone else was insulted, you're a child. You're a child. Because, well, Claude Anderson, Alton Maddox, there are names that people better not play with. Better not play with. Because I have Alton's family's telephone number. And the first time you get out of line, he will see you in court. One thing about Alton Maddox, who is Foundational Black American, one of the most active organizations New York has ever seen. So much so that some well-noted white tea lawyers said that they are not fit to hold his briefcase. And he used the paradigms of the law to destroy them. Brooke Devine, the U.S. Freedmen Project, are working within the paradigm of the law to get tangibles that we need. So you have a lot, like I said, talkers.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been about that life. When we formed a political party, where was the diaspora? You want to know parts of it. In fact, Sister Pat is in the chat, Brother Leonard is there. They will tell you these Pan-African groups help sabotage the Freedom Party. This is fact. Sabotage in conjunction with the Democratic Party. But there are no panel discussions about that. I am the first person in this country, in this state, to seek ballot status on an independent Black party. None of these other folks put their money where their mouths were or their lives on the line for that. We did.
Hold on, sis.
Go ahead.
Q Butter, what up? Please, bro. You can text me whatever you want to say, but how you coming in and saying what sister's saying is cap, bro, we not gonna do that. And I just sat here and gave everybody an easy pass. Please, bro. Please. Yeah. Don't say sisters capping. You want to link, we can link. You came in big Pan-African in here. What's good? We know what was good mean. You from the Ville, I'm from the style. There's a public platform. It's going to be a certain way we conduct ourselves when we enter each other's space. Because as I said, we're going to deal with respect. All right? So don't say my sister's lying or capping about nothing. Because she's giving information, she's giving facts. If you wasn't there, you wasn't there. Sit back, listen, and learn something.
You wasn't there.
I know, but I'm saying to say it's cap came in the door announcing big Pan-African in the FBA space. Please, bro. I gave a disclaimer earlier. How I'm moving with this. I'm giving my Pan-African people leeway and love. I'm not being fraudulent with it. Maybe you late in the space. Maybe you did hear it and think I'm capping. We know each other personally. We shared space. We shared ideas. We built. That's a conversation I had earlier. And I'm going to say this one more time. Please don't come in here with
that. It's still in the chat.
Source what? She's the source, bro. She's the source.
I am the source. I was there. My name is on that paperwork that was filed with the state.
But see, this is what we talk about Pan-African.
That room, and I'm telling you that organizations sabotaged the Freedom Party. Leonard is in the chat as well.
I'm not, sis, I don't even talk about that. I want to talk about respect. I want to talk about how we deal with each other. Because like I said, niggas be brothers, but then get online and everything is getting different. I don't want shit to get different. Because we all can get different. We know what we sign up for. We say we warriors, we say we G's, we say we what we is. Certain shit I'm not going to entertain in these spaces, especially with dudes I consider brothers. And like I said, once niggas start disrespecting, I'm going to take it as disrespect. And then wherever it go from there, that's where it's going to go. So please, bro, stand down, fall back with all that. Because we're not doing that. Not on my channel, not in my presence, not in my space. And that's word to my mother. May God bless her soul. I keep saying this, that Pan-African shit where niggas feel they could disrespect and niggas really know each other. Niggas sit in spaces and then niggas get online and niggas become these other dudes, man. Don't say niggas is lying. Don't say nobody capping. Keep it at 1,000. Sis, as you was. My bad.
Thank you, Leonard. Thank you, Brother Tad.
Nah, because I just hold on, sis, because my heart is racing, my blood is boiling, because Brother Black gave me props for being diplomatic. Like I said, I don't sit with niggas and then try to shit on them. That's not who I am. We could respectfully disagree. I said because I move on respect. But when niggas come in our spaces and then just start popping shit, I can't let that rock. I can't let that slide. I appreciate that, Q. I appreciate that. So just agree, my bad. I got it. Thank you. That's all I'm asking. I don't know if you came in late, because like I said, I still got Pan-African brothers I fuck with. If we rock, we rock. I'm not going to denounce niggas. But once everybody start getting disrespectful and we all share the same space, I'm me. I'm nobody else. My name ain't Ola do nothing. My name is Tad. That's it. I'm me. I don't take on a different persona. I'm me across the board, 24/7. I show everybody love. But disrespect is my trigger. Okay, sis, my bad.
And as I said, the most active organization politically and socially was UAM. As I said, that is a fact. The place where Dr. Clark hung out, Dr. Ben hung out, Shashi McIntyre, who said the exact same thing we're saying in the early 90s. The video is on YouTube. It's just a fact. She had the exact same problem, and she said it out of her own mouth. She will argue with Van Server, Dr. Ben, and all of them. I can't be Native American and African, but other people can. But nobody talks about Dr. Shashi McIntyre.
You know why, sis? Because
they don't know her, and they weren't there. They don't know her.
And not as well researched as they like to think they is, because as Brother Divine once said, it becomes an echo chamber. Everything is an echo chamber. Well, Dr. Such and Such said, I got my own mind and my own life experience. You know what I'm saying? Tell me which of these freedom fighters really went in the can and was really putting in pain. You got some out here, those who wasn't known, but then you got, it's a whole new paradigm. It's a whole new different time. And Q, what I'm saying to you, it ain't about disagreeing. It's how you came in. You Brooklyn, I'm Brooklyn. You Brownsville, I'm Bed-Stuy. We know what stepping in the room saying, what's good mean? That's confrontational. And then when my sister's speaking, you saying she capping, when she giving you facts, that means you just came in here to disagree and not respectfully disagree. Because if it was respect, it'd just been, let me see what she really talking about. Let me see where she coming from with it. Because this is her personal experience as somebody who put decades in the movement. Come on, man. Let's like I said, man, I'm not letting this FBA Pan-African shit come between me and dudes I know personally, but we gonna respect the boundaries. We gonna respect boundaries. Because, and I'm not saying it was you put your toe in the water with this one, but it's other dudes who I thought was cool, who came in on other posts on social media, and I'm like, where's all this coming from? When this ain't been our relationship. But now niggas is trying to make that our relationship. And niggas don't want that to be the relationship. Because we are who we are. And we all got triggers. And some of us are willing to take it further than others. And that's all I'm saying. Like, I deal with respect.
Sorry, Brother Tag.
Nah, go ahead, sis. You got it back.
We didn't say all Pan-Africans. So again, you got that information wrong. But I'm telling you that Pan-African organizations sabotaged the New York Freedom Party in conjunction with the Democratic Party. Leaders of the Democratic Party said so. And we witnessed it firsthand.
And can I add?
Hold on.
And can I add?
Hold on a second, sis. You weren't there. So it's not a personal opinion. It's a fact. We didn't say all. Like Tad said, there are individuals we rock with. But I don't see the same type of energy when it comes to that particular ideology. It doesn't happen. And like I said, UAN was the center of it all before all the years came along. And UAN was founded by foundational Black Americans. That's just a fact. So if you don't know, then say you don't know. But you can't say I'm lying. Because there are witnesses within this chat who can confirm what I'm saying. Whether it's Ray Ray, Pat, Leonard, Joyce, Monty, they could tell you. The organization itself was sabotaged by people from the Pan-African community. Alton himself called them agent provocateurs. You don't know that because you wasn't there. And so what you're getting is maybe secondhand or third hand.
Yo,
now we were in the room.
Yeah, I'm tired of people glazing
like I
ancestors.
said before you came on, former district attorney of New York, Robert Morgenthau, called Maddox into a meeting and showed him the snitch list. And a lot of those folks were on it. The reason why a lot of you went to prison is because some of them folks that you look up to were on that list, snitching on y'all. That's what they said. And like I said, there's folks in that chat who could confirm what I'm saying. most of the videos, excuse me, a lot of the videos that you see on YouTube by great scholars were recorded at United African Movement forums.
Yeah.
Before y'all came along.
And they still ain't
Go back
along.
to 1988 when it started. Go ahead, Sister Brooke.
And I just would like to add that it is Pan-African movements that are in the way of our reparations claim today. It is December 12th. The National Action Network. Please help me with these names because I'm hot right now. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the Pan-African, and Cobra. Thank you so much, Brother Black. And Cobra. IB20. I always get the number wrong. Whatever. It's these people who are fighting us on our current reparations claims when we are at these hearings. It is them who are sitting on the commission, on the task force, blocking our constitutionally sound reparations claim because we won't add other people in it to make it unconstitutional. So when you talk about, 1880, I don't even have to go back that far. I could talk about last week.
Like Brother Leonard said, we flew them in to educate. You got a free education every Wednesday provided by us. And those members of that organization and its contributors. But I'm telling you that Pan-African organizations sabotage UAM, sabotage the Freedom Party. That's just a fact.
And currently trying to sabotage our reparations claim.
And we're at the hearings. You're not there. However, they always come. And listen, you had this bi-ethnic one in the Bronx. Tad was ready to put hands on him for him giving his commentary about what we deserve and what we shouldn't. And a lot of folks, like I said, they don't have the family history that a lot of us have.
Nope.
You know, like I said, the reason why you can call an ambulance today in New York, in particular Brooklyn, is because my Aunt Brenda made that happen. So I don't need to stand on a lecturer's or someone else in history's shoulders. I have my own family members I can stand on. My great uncles fought in the Civil War on both sides of my family. That I've been presented with documentation and certificates for. So I don't have to stand on nobody else's shoulders. I stand on my own.
Yeah. I want y'all who's here to disagree. I want y'all to just go back and look at the beginning, because I swear this is the problem that we have with y'all movement and how y'all think. Y'all jump in, y'all Johnny come lately, very reactionary instead of proactive with a lot of things. Some things y'all got going on, but it's mostly regurgitation of past time paradise, all these ancient stuff. I seen somebody talk about Dr. Clark and Dr. Amos Wilson, peace be upon them, but they gone. What are you doing? Don't tell me about nobody that passed away. I'm not arguing with no ghosts. I'm not debating with no ghosts. They gave us the information and time is still marching forward. You stay stuck with them or go lay down with them. But I don't want to hear nothing about people who ain't here to defend themselves or state their position. That shit is corny. And this is why we bounce from all that. Because a lot of this shit is rhetoric. Dudes is punani. I was going to say the other word. Dudes don't pull up. Dudes don't set it off. Dudes don't get busy. Dudes don't get their hands dirty. Dudes just talk a lot. That's all dudes do. And tell me I'm lying. I'd have been coast to coast in this movement. From here to Africa and back. Was going to put somebody on their pockets in Africa. Because I don't take this. Dudes is soft. Dudes is soft. And I'm going to keep it. Hold on. Let me put my camera back on. Dudes is soft. And I'm going to put that on everything, man. And I stand on everything I represent. Like I said, I came in this movement for unity. And when I seen it ain't no unity, there's a breakdown in in leadership. Dudes in the movement is foul. Dudes is stealing money left and right. Dudes is on coke. Dudes doing all kind of drugs and all kind of foulness. And I ain't saying everybody got to be perfect, but certain things we just don't do. So it's a certain way you're supposed to carry it, and dudes ain't carrying. If we're gonna talk about it, let's keep it 1,000. Don't be keyboard gangsters and keyboard gangbangers and talk this tough Tony shit. And then when people run down on y'all, everybody clam up. We all know we hood. We all know we street. The thing is to try to improve our conditions and not be going at each other. Because if it's up, then it's up. We saw that with Milana Karanga and the Panthers, right? Dudes really got laid down. Is we trying to bring that here today? Or is we trying to have understanding? And if we don't agree, we don't agree. That's that. Nobody never catch me arguing with a Hebrew Israelite. Because what they believe is what they believe. They still black men. I try to build on what we agree with. But a lot of these dudes, and I swear I'm trying to be nice with the language, but a lot of dudes got their panties in the bunch and only showing up to just argue and disagree. But when we put out initiatives, when we say send the emails, when we show you what's going on this side, y'all don't support. Huh? People keep saying FBA ain't gonna get nothing, then you should have watched the beginning of the video of the momentum and the steam that's going on. What are y'all doing? The Judiciary House Committee, was it last week, Sister Keisha?
Yes.
Talking about us and what we doing. Not us specifically on the panel, but us as a movement. That's everybody Pan-African, nobody want to go to Africa. Nobody want to go there. Go. Build. I tried it for 4 years straight. Encouraging people, come with me, rock with me. Yo, I got land over there. Come through, come through. Dudes ain't do it. Because it's all talk. I seen how unserious people are. And I get it. I give Q Butter his props. He got his school. He got his thing going on. He built that. I remember sitting in the crib with him when he was talking about it was just an idea. I respect that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to shit on people I broke bread with. But we're not going to do disrespect either, because there are some people doing the work. And I've said that earlier. Had dudes watched it from the beginning instead of coattailing. Know what you talking about first. But what we saying right here is this what we doing on this side of the board. Stay where y'all at. Build y'all shit up. Do y'all 1-2s. Get more schools. Get more community programs. Do more drumming classes and dance lessons and all that shit. Let us do our 1-2s over here. Because we know what we doing over here. First thing we doing is celebrating the black family that literally built this country. That's our whole premise. Y'all need to get off Tariq Nasheed's love. Y'all on his joystick. Y'all glazing him. We don't talk about him like that over here. Y'all talk about him. And that's the case of Tariq's our leader, the Dr. Umar Jaws, because I don't see nobody challenging his Prince of Pan-Africanism, Scam-Africanism, and him taking the guap and bouncing and still smashing y'all baby mothers.
That part.
Respectfully. So please stop. Stop the cap. Everybody. This is why I know for me and Sister Keisha, this is why we fell back. Because we know everybody playing. Everybody ain't serious. You get 1 or 2, 3 serious people, and then everybody surround them with the ashes. Like dudes cure cancer. Fuck out of here. And I don't like to be like this with black folks, but come on, man. Don't make me revert. Because, I mean, we want to talk about who did who dirty. Nobody did me dirty like black folks. Used to put hands on Euros when we was outside playing the knockout game. So crackers don't move me. They don't scare me. What you talking about? Just to throw hands for fun. What's everybody talking about? But I know cowards when I see them. I know cowards. Saw cowards on the continent. Saw cowards in the movement. Saw cowards in Brooklyn House. Saw cowards in Rikers Island. Saw cowards in every hood. I don't care how tough a dude hood is. It's cowards everywhere. Dudes masquerade. Look at Sucker Polite was a coward. And he got to fleece the whole community. And everybody rock with him. Talking about he was a Crip superior and all that. And everybody bought it. And nobody put hands on him. And because nobody challenged him, he was loose to touch a child. on everybody watch. Everybody know. I'm good with a lot of dudes, man. I'm good on a lot of dudes, man, because I know niggas is pussy. And we could put that shit on the record. Niggas is pussy. And I said that shit with my chest. Niggas is pussy. I don't hide from none of these dudes, man. But the shit is disheartening because I'm big on brotherhood. That's why I'm good in every hood. If I fuck with you, I fuck with you. But if niggas gonna draw the line in the sand and act like we not good, then fuck it, let's not be good. Let's meet up, say fuck the world, and see who mean it. Because I'm telling you, I go home to my family all the time. That's how come I can sit on this internet and talk shit. I had beef with real gangsters.
Come on.
Fucking dashiki rocking, bee popping, pussy ass niggas. Smelling like frankincense and myrrh. I'll bust your side there with that fucking djembe. Niggas is playing, man. I just get tired, sis. I just get tired. And I be trying to hold it all in. Since the days of straight black pride when everybody's trying to get us to go at each other. And what did they do? Call our show and say, why New York ain't saying nothing, right? Sis, am I right or am I wrong?
Facts.
Everybody. I remember some shit happened with Baltimore, with the family down in Baltimore. People hitting me up, trying to get me to beef with my brothers in Baltimore. Making allegations and shit. Until I spoke to the leadership. Niggas in this movement like division. That's why they saying FBA is divided. That's why I don't fuck with it no more. Because motherfuckers ain't real. Motherfuckers really wanted us to go at people in another state trying to start shit. And I'm not with it. I don't want to do that. But some of y'all starting to force my hand and push my buttons. Everybody's starting to, it's looking real oppy in these streets, man. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that with our people, man. That ain't what we here for. FBA is all about family lineage. We talking to grandma. We talking to great grandma. We talking to auntie and uncle. We talking about our family. Fuck is y'all niggas talking about? Fuck is y'all talking about? We talking about putting our families back together, really learning the history, learning the greatness of our own family, not looking to somebody else outside our bloodline, outside our lineage, looking for somebody across the continent, halfway across the world. Most of y'all don't even know your great-grandfathers. Some of y'all don't even know your fathers. Stop it, please. Bastard ass niggas. I'm sorry, sis. I don't get emotional, but it's like I said earlier, man, you got a brotherhood with niggas and they'll show you ain't their brother. And then get mad because you peaked the weakness in the game and you don't want to play it no more. A lot of dudes running around here with little nigga energy.
That part. Like
niggas
I
really
said,
some little nigga shit. They play on the internet. Niggas play on Facebook. Niggas play on Instagram all day. I'm like, these are grown fucking men playing grab ass with each other. Niggas play all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like little niggas, grown fucking men playing like little high school boys. And salute, Q. His science fair will be December 19th and the 20th. Where's it gonna be at? I do like I did last year. It was a year before last. I pull up and I support.
And we get that same type of love.
We with it. You know that.
Said, we cool with a whole lot of folks. But because we take a specific position, now we the ops.
How is Tad the ops? How am I the ops? I don't do nothing to nobody. I support everybody. I come to dudes' birthday parties. I come to events, even if I can't stay. I pull up. I promote. I support it. But when I'm doing what I'm doing, not in nobody's way, Sister Keisha. I'm not telling nobody, don't support this one, don't support that one. I'm not doing that. Well, I will tell somebody don't fuck with Umar, but that's a whole nother story. But I try to platform dudes. I show love. I try to support everybody. And when I'm just moving away from dudes, I ain't even in nobody's way. But like I said, internet dudes, it got everybody acting different. And I'm like, wow. Wow. I pull up, I'm for Dolo. I may come with one other person. Because the dudes I fuck with ain't on no pan. They not even conscious. Dudes just proud to the fact that I got out the street. That I'm alive, that I'm free. that I'm doing something positive and I'm not the knucklehead I used to be. Dudes is proud of that. It gives dude motivation and inspire them. Like, damn, if this dude could turn his life around, I can too. But it's like these evil forces in black skin trying to pull me back. Because I respect everybody. I'm big on respect.
We not gonna let them do that, Tad.
Nah, they might do it to themselves because God is my man. God is my man.
Tell you that he's valuable to his family.
Sister Keisha, when we first got together, what did you tell me? When we first started working together, you was like, let me find out you know my whole family. On both sides. Have I not been consistent? Anybody ever come to you like, yo, he a funny style dude?
Nope.
I'm solidified. I'm proud of me. That's why I don't hide from nobody. I'm not ducking who I am. I'm not hiding behind no fake names. My motherfucking picture is my picture on all my social media platforms, unless I'm paying homage to my moms or some shit. God bless her soul. I don't hide from nobody. I'm not hiding from nobody. I ain't got no beef with nobody. And nobody ain't got no beef with me. You may not like me, but ain't nothing you could do about it. But I'm big on respect. That's what saved lives. Respect. We can always respectfully disagree. But I see people online, I see this new sense of courage. And I'm like, I don't know where this shit coming from, but yeah, I'm still me. Please don't let the growth and the positive talks in the book I've read get a nigga fucked up, for lack of better words, because I'm still FBA. Our culture is fighting. Our culture is fighting. That's it. We fight everything. Mentally, physically, intellectually, spiritually. We resist. Ain't nobody gonna handle us any kind of way. That's what FBA is all about. And that's what folks don't like, because people can't back us into a corner. People could quote all the doctor whoever's they want to. You still ain't gonna make me get off my square. And I respect the elders. I respect the ancestors. I respect those who came before me and put in value. Because what we be talking about is the shiftless ones that ain't putting in no value. Dudes who just playing grab ass on the internet, just posting, thinking that's work. That was called armchair revolutionary. That ain't no real work. Get out there in the streets, agitate, run up in the churches, approach these pedos. Do that. Don't beef with me, beef with the cracker. Fight with the police if you want to make me a believer. But with that, I yield my time. I'm sorry. We got company. We got guests. Pardon me, brother Divine. Pardon me, Sister Brooke, Sister Marcia. I know my language got colorful, but
I enjoyed every second of that.
He don't play with his sister. So, but go ahead.
Hey, Brother Tad, that's the flip side of that superpower I was telling you about. Talk your shit.
yeah, man, but I don't want to. I only come online trying to encourage people, man. Because I'm around despair. I walk outside, I bet you I see 2 or 3 crackheads right now, and it's cold. I see it on the train every day. I'm tired of seeing our folks in jammed up positions.
Sometimes, Brother Tad, encouragement needs a little fire. And you just presented some different level of fire on a brotherly love. You were talking to someone that you know, love, and respect. And people need to see that you can give that and still appreciate your brother. Because you said, I'm going to check you at your next science fair. That is Black love. And that's what we need more of.
That's what I'm saying. That's my brother. And look, okay, sis, I'm sorry.
That's why Pan-Africanism is dying, because the Black love is not there. I would treasure the fact that FBA realizes that this is what it needs to flourish. My Caribbean folks have forgotten about Black love. They've fallen into capitalism and money love, that greenback love. And that's not what's going to get us over the hurdle. So I, as a Pan-Africanism who appreciates what FBA is doing, is saying that what you gave is what the community needs. They need that G check with love and say, I'm going to show up at your next event. I'm going to show up at the next baby shower. Whatever you got, I'm here for you because we are brothers with Black love first. That's what all aspects of our communities are missing, because everyone is falling for greenback love, and greenback love isn't pushing us over the hurdle, because we have millionaires, we have billionaires, and no one is standing up for community and what community needs to stand strong. So that's what I want to say as my interjection. I know my brother Divine wanted to speak, and I need you to rest for a second.
And I just want to say thank you, Sister Marcia.
All right,
thank you, sister. That feminine energy. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna pass you the mic, Brother Divine. But like I said earlier, and I'm quite sure our brother Q Butter wasn't here yet. But like I said, remember I said I still got my Pan-African brothers that I love. Did I not say that? I said I won't this just because we don't agree, you know. And Sister Marcia, like you said, you Pan-African. My partner C Gutter is Pan-African. You know what I'm saying? I'm not telling nobody not to do this or not to do that. This is what I'm doing. But folks got a problem with what I'm doing. I didn't say Sister Marcia don't be Pan-African no more. Like, and I didn't like, we didn't kick you off the show or nothing. Like, yo, we FBA. No, it's space for all of us. Long as we have our respect for one another and our perspective. And Q, you know you my brother. But I think you came in on the tail end, and maybe there's something lost in translation to say that Sister Keisha was capping when she was giving real facts on what it is. Like I keep telling people, I came in this movement 1997 with Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I was fortunate enough to meet the Dr. Khalid, exchange numbers, and have private conversations with him, go to dinner with them after events in people's homes, not in public restaurants, but in private settings and soak up game. I was fortunate enough to meet Geronimo Pratt and the likes. And I stayed a humble student around people. But you know what? The same shit I see now is what I saw back then. As Sister Keisha talked about the UAM in December 12th, I remember those conversations because I came in, December 12th was the first organization I joined through Dr. Khalid. That's where he sent me. He sent me to December 12th, but I knew the UAM was always doing something, so I went there. And then I'm around these two different groups as a young person trying to soak up game and knowledge, and I heard the elders talking bad about this one, that one, and the ideas and ideologies, and I saw arguments, and I'm like, whoa, what's happening here? I saw that. That's when I was a youngin', and I ain't even have a piece of some of what I know right now. But then when I got into the movement, it came into leadership, and then saw the leadership didn't get along. And then I saw the backbiting within organizations and the undermining of other organizations. And I saw that people were afraid to check certain people because of their stature in the community, because they got a big name, they beyond reproach. Why you think Umar could claim the Prince of Pan-African and nobody stepped to him? And the one person that did, our young brother Ashe, stepped to him. Everybody attacked Ashe and called him an agent. How? When everybody knew Ashe personally. That's disheartening. And that broke my heart to know that people we know, they don't know Umar. They don't know him personally. They know him through the damn internet. Tell me one thing he's built or done. Q, you started your school after him, and yours is way more successful than him. If y'all want to check it out, it's the Xyax Institute, XYAX Institute. The brother doing this thing. And like I said, if it's anything to move the needle forward for Black people, I'm all with it. All I'm saying, as an FBA, for anybody listening, we over here doing our thing. Please stay out our way. That's all we asking for. We ain't telling people drop their red, black, and green flag. We not doing none of that. We just saying leave us alone. Brother Divine, take it away.
Nah, you good. You ain't never got to apologize for that. And I just wanted to, I'm so glad that happened, right? Because my comment was going to be based on, not theory, but just based on something that didn't happen. So I'm glad your brother Q came in. I'm glad that's your brother, so you could have had the conversation like you had it. But when you and Brother Black were talking back and forth about diplomacy, right? The two comments I was going to make were actually on full display, right? The only way you get a diplomat or a diplomatic relationship, especially when we talk about from country to country, is that both countries understand that they don't want the physical smoke that backs up the respect that you have between two diplomats. So you like, let's just handle it this way, because the other way, we don't want to handle it that way. And so I disagree with Brother Black a little bit when he says that's the other side of that superpower, and I will call it the left and the right hand of that superpower. Because without that force, the diplomacy doesn't even get respected. It's just empty talk. It's the force behind it that you know could come that forces you to say, you know what, we're going to act right in this diplomatic matter, and we would prefer it go that way, because the other way, we don't know how that's going to go. So that's the first point I wanted to make. So I'm glad you were able to be diplomatic and use the force that enforces the diplomacy with love, because that's your brother. But the second and most important piece, like I said, which is why I'm glad that exchange happened. And as I was reading the comments, again, I'm gonna say this again, and this is just for me. I know that's your brother. You checked him in love. I'm not trying to pile on or instigate nothing, but I need to make this point, not about him specifically, but use him as the example. At the foundation of Pan-Africanism, and Sister Marcia touched on it with her contribution, right? The foundation of Pan-Africanism is anti-Black American discrimination, bigotry, racism, xenophobia, whatever you want to call it. That's at its core, is anti-Black American disrespect. That's the only reason why you will come into a space with the energy that they come into all spaces with. We saw it at the Caribbean corner. We went to the conversation. We see it when we're interacting them with the bills. We see it on the channel that we just watched before we got here. There is a level of condescension that's baked into the crust of Pan-Africanism for Black Americans alone. It's not for everybody in the diaspora. They don't talk to the Caribbeans that way. They don't talk to the other Africans that way that don't even practice Pan-Africanism. It is reserved for Black Americans, foundation Black Americans. That's why you could come in and say it's capped, as opposed to, hey, sister, what you talking about? Because I kind of disagree with that. Well, I don't remember it happening that way. Or that's not what I heard. That's what you say when you're talking to family that you respect and you love. You come in and say, you sure about that? Or I don't know about that. You don't come in and talk about that's cap and you don't know what you're talking about. And then again, the same what we talked about on the other channel, then in some of his comments that came after that, you see the bad faith exchange, the bad faith arguments. All of a sudden, you're like, hey, just respect what we're doing. Then it's like, oh, okay, so we just got to agree. That's what respect is. Nobody said that, and you know nobody said that. That's the bad faith knee-jerk reaction that Pan-Africans have when we start checking some of the disrespect. Then you come behind it and say, oh, you talk about all Pan-Africans? Nobody ain't said that shit. Why would you even say that? Because you know you don't have a leg to stand on. And then the final thing he said that I saw that I want to make sure the family understands is in the chat. After we're talking about everything we're talking about and you're trying to get the situation straight, he comes with another bad faith argument. Oh, Queen Mother Moore was a Pan-African. What the hell does that have to do with anything? Nobody ever said that you can't be a Pan-African and you can't be a foundation Black American as a Pan-African, because we already understand both those two things exist. But here's what's happening when they say that. They're setting the stage to say, no, we got Pan-Africans that support reparations. So why would you be against these other Pan-Africans that support reparations without telling you the type of reparations they support? See, modern Pan-Africans support race-based reparations, as our sister Brooke said, which we can't do even if we wanted to, but we don't want to, because you don't deserve the same redress that we deserve, because that didn't happen to your family. It happened to ours. You're not telling your story, you're telling mine and trying to get paid for it. And so I want to point this out, because for all the people that use those talking points about the Pan-Africans of the past, especially with Queen Mother Moore specifically, I'm tired of the disrespect and the misdirection with her legacy. Queen Mother Moore had two organizations for advocacy. One specifically for the descendants of the formerly enslaved. That's who she fought reparations for. She had a separate organization. I forget the name, but that was for advocacy for the diaspora. She understood that there was
reparation movement.
Say it again.
Reparation movement for descendants of slaves.
That's correct. That was the first one. But she had a separate organization. I think she had named it something
Ethiopian women, the Universal Association for Ethiopian Women.
Boom.
That was her Pan-African movement.
Thank you.
She understood that her
Come
footprint
on.
was from two places, and she wanted those two places to always be at the forefront of her speech. There has been nowhere that Queen Mother Moore has spoken that she never mentioned both footprints. She always, from anything that I've seen of hers, from anything that I've read of hers, mentioned both footprints. Ethiopia and descendants of American chattel slavery.
Come on. And this is what we're talking about. See, this is the disingenuousness of a lot of these modern day Pan-Africans. So let me not say all, so you don't got to put another comment about all of us. No, most of y'all, though, and the ones that are against us. See, the ones that ain't against us, like our sister Marcia, we got no problem with the ideology of Pan-Africanism. We agree with global unity based on melanin. I just said that. Maybe you came in late as well. We don't all have to pretend that we're Africans in order to have this type of unity. But we're not going to pretend that the way in which Pan-Africanism is being practiced right now is the same in ways that they practiced it back then. Queen Mother Moore was a staunch Garveyite of her own admission, and she understood that those two were separate and distinct, both formidable and reputable and worthy of being advocated for, but never, never, never the same. The Pan-Africans of today are conflating those two things and saying we all deserve reparations because we are Black and because we are here, like Ankh said on that live. We're not playing that game no more. And you're not going to be allowed to invoke the names of our titans of the past to justify this bullshit that y'all doing in the present. There's no more glomming onto our efforts and onto our movements. If you want respect, God damn it, give us respect. That's easy. And especially if you are our brother, like you are with Brother Tad, and you know who he is and what he stands for, respect should have already came baked in with the fucking crust. Your comment could have been to Brother Tad. Hey, Brother Tad, what she's talking about? What's she saying? Because I don't understand that. I don't know that. That's what you do when you move with respect. But way too many of these Pan-Africans move with disrespect and then deflect with disingenuous comments. And then have us running around in circles trying to combat the shit that they're saying when none of it is based in facts. And then, and I'll land here because this is the last thing he did. After all that, after all the cap, after all the bad faith arguments and deflection, then you talk about what you're doing with your school. You could have fucking led with that. And here's what too many people do, not just the Pan-Africans, but many people in this space. They use the small things that they do for the community as justification to do the bullshit. And no longer are we doing that. There are many agents that did a whole lot of quote unquote good shit for the community while undermining movements. We're not fucking with that no more either. We're not allowing that. You got a school, great. You give out turkeys on Thanksgiving, fantastic. That don't mean you get to fuck with what we're doing and sabotage the shit and we're gonna turn a blind eye because you gave blankets to the homeless. Great, do all those things, but one does not cancel out the other. And way too many, again, too many of these Pan-Africans that haven't even done no good shit are the ones sabotaging it behind this ideology, putting ideology before the people. The foundational Black American movement, if you want to call it, it's not even it's a lineage, right? The delineation is the movement. Foundational Black Americans is just saying, hey, we are a distinct ethnic group that deserves respect like every other ethnic group. The only people that would have a problem with that are people that do not want us to have a distinct ethnic group. And then you got to ask yourself why. Why would you want this people to be a formless group that you can mold and shift to wherever you want? There has to be an agenda behind that type of actions that you're taking. And that's what we're seeing in real time. We're upsetting the Pan-African apple cart. We're kicking the shit over because the large part of their success is based on us, again, denouncing everything we've done here and focusing on Africa and everybody else. And we just saying no more. That's it. And like Brother Taz said, if you can't help us, don't harm us. Just leave us the fuck alone. We're not in your spaces telling you what to do with your Pan-African shit. Like, if you want to do whatever you want over there, cool. But just stop telling us that we are not who we are. Go be who you want to be, but don't tell us who we are, because we already understand and we know, and we're standing on it, and we're no longer centering ideologies over our lineage, ideologies over our family, ideology over our genealogy. We know who we are, and that is what we're standing on. You go stand on what the fuck you standing on, and stop trying to conflate them, because those days are done. Now land there.
We're gonna get ready to close out because it's 5 minutes to midnight.
Already?
I'm tired. Brother Pat gets up at 4 to work out.
And Jay is calling for me to put him to bed.
Don't
He's
play with my brother Jay.
Disgusting.
Don't play with Jay. All right?
Hey, brother,
you listening? You listening, Jay?
Now
I'm not playing with her, Jay.
What you said, Brother Black?
He's gonna be working out the ODB and Busta Rhymes tomorrow morning.
Nah, DMX, baby. DMX and Raekwon. I put on my jail music.
Lose my mind up in here, up in
Now,
here.
you know what's one of my favorite DMX songs that always get me hype? Dogs for Life. You used to be your dog singing in your left titty, scream ride or die, thought you would die with me. Find out you a bitch, you can't even ride with me. Now it's a war, you ain't on the side with me. That's my.
That one. I'm gonna listen to that one. My
It's called Dogs for Life.
Is, y'all gonna make me lose my mind. That was mine. But I'm gonna
I do my pull-ups.
All right,
do my push-ups.
Remarks, please.
That's one with the locks, right? Tag?
Yeah,
That's with the locks?
yeah.
Yeah.
Style Speed, Jada, and DMX. It talks about disloyalty and betrayal.
Word.
Thought you was my dog.
You was in my left titty.
Scream ride or die, thought you. And see, and that's and real quick, right, Brother Divine? That's where I'm from.
Right.
See, I'm from the era where your man got to be your man. See these new dudes, and I'm learning this with the little dudes, the little teens and 20-year-olds. They backdoor each other. See, where I'm from, we was built on loyalty. If we going to Fort Greene together, we better run together or fight together or get hurt together.
That's right.
That's where I'm from. And I see like dudes, like the smallest things divide them. It's like how we tell the females, y'all go to the club together, y'all come home together. That's how we was raised. Y'all go, I swear, if Doggy was on here, Doggy can tell you a story about when I was 17 and I seen the ops. And we had the Blicks and the police got involved and I had to split from the group, but we all came home together without cell phones and we had meetup spots and we get split up and God is good. But I'm from that era. That's why I still got friends from daycare, public school, high school.
Yep.
Because I'm a friend. We don't always gotta agree, but new people. And I say they new because these personalities, these behaviors is not how I was raised. We was raised on love and loyalty, and we could respectfully disagree. But like I said, and like I said, before Q even got on, that's my brother. Like I said, Minister Saw is my brother, even though I don't agree with what he was saying on that panel. Y'all don't have to agree. Y'all don't have to like him. Y'all don't know him. Y'all have no relationship with him. I don't sit with people. I don't build with people and then turn my back because we got a disagreement.
Right.
And like we said earlier, the disrespect. Like I was talking about me and Sister Keisha was talking about somebody in particular earlier today. Somebody I thought was my brother. But then they get online and get disrespectful. And it wasn't none of that stuff when we see each other.
Yeah.
So it's like, come on, son, is we beefing or we not? Because if we beefing, just let us say we beefing and it's up. I look at Q as my brother, and like he put in the chat, he did put a no-fly zone on Umar. And I was one of the people who had Q back. Because I know he was a real one when it came to this work. I would be, like I said earlier, I would be lying if I said anything different. If I didn't give Q Bud his props for what he do, I would be a liar. That would speak to my lack of integrity. Not him. It would speak about who I am. Because now I'm being fake and phony. And like I said, I guess it is the Brooklyn thing, because like he said, he came in here, big Pan-African was good. You know, Brooklyn dudes, we take them as good as what up, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's just the temperature around all of this. The temperature around the FBA Pan-African, because everybody is acting like we don't know each other, like we don't have a brotherhood and a camaraderie. Because I still look at Q as my brother. Like you said, it's a misunderstanding. Like he said, we can use his spot. He told me about his spot months ago, and I'm supposed to come check it out because I'm proud of what he's done. You know what I'm saying? I won't minimize that. But all I'm saying is for other people, because I seen it not just Q, but it was other people in the chat talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Other people who don't know me. Y'all, these people don't know me. They ain't sitting in the room with me. They ain't built with me. We ain't put no community work in together, and we ain't put no hood work in together. You know what I'm saying? I'm 10 toes down with mine, and I don't run from nothing. I don't run from nothing. I'm even though I run marathons, that's me challenging myself. But I don't run from beef. Last time I got popped in the ear was 2005, and that's because I challenged dude with the thing on him. And he thought I was crazy because then he started hitting me with it and started banging at me. But yo, I'm not scared. Call me crazy, call me stupid, but I believe I'm protected by the creator and the ancestors. So that fear stuff, it don't live here. It don't live with me. I'm over 50 years old. I've been me all my life. I don't have real tough ones. Like I had beef with people in Sister Keisha projects. Everybody know Fort Greene, one of the toughest projects in the hood. My baby mama lived in Farragut. I had to go through Fort Greene to get there. And they was like, yo, this dude crazy. Something wrong with him. Because I traveled through enemy territory in the 80s and early 90s when it was dangerous. Wasn't no surveillance cameras. Nobody was calling the police when things got thick. So when I look at a lot of Pan-African dudes, and not saying Q, because like he put in the chat, he did press the line on Umar, and Umar did cancel a lot of his speaking engagement because Q was on his line. But where was Q's big support? Where's this for him when he go outside of New York?
Where was the organizations to support that?
Right. Where was the organizations to support the efforts? You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Where are these organizations at? Not talking individuals. Where are these organizations at? And, you know, like I said, and we're going to close out here because I got to go to bed.
Yeah, me too.
People still want me in bed. Maybe y'all don't have nobody to sleep with, but I do.
Mom wants to be in bed.
Oh,
I asked permission to leave.
Like I said, things are being moved.
Absolutely.
We're making headway. Shout out to Assemblywoman Nikki Lucas and the co-sponsors that are down. And for this bill, we talked about it in the interim. So you all can go back and watch the replay if you wish. Continue to send those emails. The link is right here highlighted in the chat. It's working. And I come from an organization where we use the law and the confines of the law to gain progress. The reason why Q can have a school for all Black children, the reason why you all can have a meeting place and not have white folks in your spaces is because UAM made it happen legally. But again, a lot of folks wasn't there. They weren't around. They don't know the history. They came later on, saw a couple of lectures, but you wasn't in the trenches. A lot of people I helped out. A lot of people I helped out. Shout out to my brother Quasi. Look what he's doing with DTLR books. Look what he's done. And I remember me and him sitting in the back of UAM at a forum one night, and he divulged his plan to me. And you can ask him. I said, work your plan, brother. But I got you. So when he was holding events, only 2 people showed up. I had his back. When Nafisa Diallo was essayed by one of the most powerful men in the world, we had her back. But Africa didn't have our back. And I'm not even talking from the continent. I'm talking right here. Sonny Carson, the founder of December 12th, a lot of people don't know that, is turning in his grave right now to see what it has become. A lot of people don't know that because you wasn't there. You wasn't there when it was formed upstate at a protest for what happened to a young Black girl whose mother reached out to Brother Peace recently, and I need to give her a call tomorrow. Don't got that kind of stuff. Don't know that kind of stuff. But it's okay. King Simon was in here earlier. Always supported King Simon. Always. He has his own beliefs. We still rock. But it seems like what we want to do, everybody got a problem with it. You got to poke holes at things. But you want brotherhood. And you want unity. Can't be one-sided. And I don't care what anybody says. When it comes to the ideology of Pan-Africanism, foundational Black Americans are, was, and still is the bedrock of it. Where is the continent? Where is the Caribbean? You're not licking no shots on our behalf. But I remember, see, I went to college in the mid-'80s. Black college students in this country put pressure on businesses to divest from South Africa. I was a part of the Black Student Union there. When tuition was raised where folks couldn't afford it, I was a part of the Black Student Union that seized the campus, took it over. You weren't there. You see? When it comes to really getting down with this beast, a lot of people wasn't there. They got to talk, but you wasn't there. Where was the agents, the cars, the Black FBI cars sitting outside of your house? Because of my affiliation with Automatics. That man put it all on the line. Pro bono for a lot of folks that you champion. They won't say it, but he kept their asses out of jail. When the call was made between him and Johnny Cochran, were you in the office when they were discussing reparation? You wasn't there. I showed y'all when Alder said Black people in America have to redefine themselves back in 2015. So a lot of folks weren't there. I get it. You're catching on late. It's all right. I'm 55. Been around for a lot of things. Shout out to Brother Lenard. He says organizations were not there, and everyone from those other organizations came to UAM. Facts. Whether it was the Slave Theater, the Dempsey Center, the Elks Lodge, the church on Atlantic, you wasn't there. You wasn't there, so you don't know, but it's okay. I stand on character. When we had Straight Black Talk Radio, we had dudes calling from prison, doing football numbers, who spoke about my character.
It's a fact.
Them from knowing me back in the day spoke on my character. I never called none of y'all out for some of the slide things you did. I could. But I didn't. So, it's after 12, and I got a husband to go to sleep with. So, we will see y'all Black again next week. Please continue to send these emails. Because
Can I say something?
I gotta go to bed, sis.
Real quick.
Working.
Real
Please
quick.
hold on.
Mhm.
Please send those emails out. Continue to do so. And fighting is never easy. I'm gonna tell you this right now. For all of you who identify as FBA or freedmen, however way you wish to call it, American Indian, however way you wish to identify yourself, that's you. You can. But we were built for fighting. People champion Ibrahim Traore. And I got a problem with that. Because he jumped from one white man to another. And let me tell you something. Black men and women, in particular black men, have fought in every war in this country, from the American Revolution till current. Got more military experience in their pinky toe. But you didn't call on them to help you. As Dr. Claude Anderson said, why didn't you call us with our expertise and know-how, especially fighting this beast? You didn't. You didn't. When you look at these African, Caribbean nations who stand firm with the Chinese, but you just want us to come back and bring you our resources. What the hell are you offering? What cover are you offering? And don't tell me an apology. It isn't sufficient. Because like I said, when you know your family story, it changes your perspective. And unfortunately, Brother Tad, a lot of people don't know, as you said. They don't know their great-grandparents, great-grandparents. Professor Small said, maybe we need to sit by an old man on the road. I sat with the elders in my family. I'm good.
Right.
I don't need to go to another continent to sit with no old man when old men in my family gave me the legacy I needed to have. If you go to the Library of Congress, I was the cousin who was chosen to give testimony on behalf of our relatives who fought in the Civil War. Do you have that resume? So again, don't make this personal. We are protecting our lineage just as you should, just as Jamaica should, as Haiti should, as Barbados should. Nobody got a problem when they identify as Barbadians. Nobody got a problem when people identify as Cubans. It's only a problem because I told you before many times on this platform, we offer a particular cover that everybody's been hiding up under. Period. With all kind of disrespect. Some of you have heard it. Some of you who family is from the diaspora, you said it, that your folks talk bad about us. Where are the organizations to correct that behavior? Where are the panel discussions to correct that behavior? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Thank you, Brother Rich Nice, for the super chat. It doesn't exist. And we're not playing anymore. We're not playing anymore. And it's okay. It's okay. We had the same kind of contention back in the day. If you want, go look up Professor Black Truth's episode when he read an article from the Negro Digest from the 1960s of an article that a Jamaican wrote about his own people back then. So with that, I'll land Sister Marcia. Go ahead.
Real quick, family, I just want y'all to send your prayers to my family. I know it's in the chat. My two cousins bravely gave their lives to save their father on Thanksgiving Day, or on Americans' Misgiving Day, from a fire in their house in East Orange. I know the thing is on their GoFundMe is on the chat. so that the family can try to recover in some ways. But I want y'all all to know that people are brave, not just my people, but we all are brave in our own unique and personal way. And these two sisters, their mother's only child, their mother's only children, sacrificed their lives to save their father's life, who had dementia. And I'll tell you one quick story about their father, because their father was a fucking amazing man, or is a fucking amazing man. So he was a mechanic, and I don't know nothing about nothing. And I'm just sitting there talking about cars and stuff like that. And he is showing me the ropes about cars. And then he tells me, don't ever change a tire. Don't ever do this. If your husband can't do that for you, he's not your husband. And I promise you, till this day, I had a girlfriend call me one day. Oh, I'm on the side of the Belt Parkway changing the tire. I said, girl, you stupid. My uncle said, never change a tire. That's not your role. You find someone, you hire someone to change a tire. And so to their father, I will give all my heart to him, because even though he has dementia, I know he's longing for these girls who cared for him, who loved him. Franzia, she was who she was. She did her military work, but PJ, who I call Gigi, she was about movement, and she was working for movement. She was doing things for movement, and she was exploring movement in every given way. So I just want y'all to just like give my family a little shout out. When y'all do your nightly prayers, just think about these two sisters who sacrificed. And sacrifice will always look different in your own household personally. But these two girls went back into the fire to save their daddy and come back out and did not make it out. So just remember that. And I want to know that whether it's Pan-Africanism, FBA, or any other organization or idea or thought that comes in in the future, it's about what are you going to sacrifice to make sure that these things give life, these things flourish, these things make true what you believe in. I believe in the fact that all of us on this panel are brothers and sisters. We may fight, we may fuss, we may not see eye to eye, and that's okay. But what is okay, what's most important, is that we understand that the dog in this fight is not you and I, it's that man that keeps causing dysfunction in our household. Yes, because we don't communicate properly, we cause our own internal dysfunction. But that guy, that person, that omnipotent person that people pray to or not pray to, that's our ultimate enemy. We have to find a way to have that conversation, to settle each other's differences. I'll tell you, this family, the Fleury family and the Lafont family that I'm connected to, we have had a lot of dysfunction, but the children were finding a way to make whole with one another. We have to find a way to make whole with one another. And I'm so grateful for that day. Like I saw Gigi at one of Malcolm X's days pilgrimage.
Hold on, sis. Hold on. We got to cut it because I got to get out of it. No, I got to get out of here. Sorry. Sorry, sis.
I promise.
Brother Divine, go ahead, please. I got to get out. Excuse me, Brother Black. I got to get out of here.
Black, we don't hear you. Black, we don't hear you.
Go ahead, Black. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my bad. I'm not gonna hold everybody because it's late, like Sister Keisha said. Great show. We got to keep fighting. You know, I know, you know, though I'm not FBA or any of that, you know, I love the subject matter, and we just gonna keep going. Reparations forward. We're gonna inherit the earth. You know, we haven't been talking about the celestial because we've been dealing with this, but I'm sure y'all keeping tabs on that. I'm not gonna get into it because we can get deep, and we're not going there tonight. Keep going, Brother Divine, Sister Brooke. I love what y'all doing. We're gonna get there eventually. Peace and love. See y'all next week on the bridge. One love.
Brother Divine, your final thoughts and commentary, and we move to Sister Brooke.
I'm a foundational Black American, and my leaders are my ancestors and my elders.
Short and sweet.
Sister Brooke, your final thoughts and commentary.
I want to apologize because my entire internet went down. Right now, I am on the Wi-Fi on my phone. Okay. So I didn't get a chance to hear a lot of what was happening, but I will say this. There are people who are controlled opposition. I've seen how they've moved before in the past, and I see how they come into our spaces moving now. And I will it doesn't matter. You can be controlled opposition if you like. You can't stop this train. It's already moving, and I don't care who who is in our way, whether you be foreign or domestic. We will run you over. The delineation is happening. Reparations for foundational Black Americans, the freedmen, is happening, and there's nothing you or anybody else can do to stop it. Have a good night.
And I will say this. My apologies to anybody who may be offended from my colorful language, because I normally don't talk like that. I like to present the best of us when I'm in public spaces. Sometimes I get triggered and pissed off, but no, it's out of love for our people, for my family in particular, this panel as well in particular, and Black folks in general. So hopefully you were inspired by something you heard here today, and it's your turn to go out and inspire others. So y'all stay up, stay blessed, stay true. Remember, no matter how hard things seem right now, it's always better days ahead. Sister Keisha.
Y'all have a good night. Make sure you check out the OG Wisdom Podcast every Sunday at 2 p.m. And we'll see y'all Black again on the bridge next week. We are out. Good night.
On the Brooklyn Bridge tonight. Voice is strong, knowledge tight. Thorough Black talk in the air. Changing minds, changing flair. From Brother Tad to Sister K, warriors got things to say. Sister Marcy brings the heat. Brother Blacksmith keeps the beat. Revolutionary waves, they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral light. Thursday nights the world will see Black Power Media on a spree. Facebook, YouTube all aligned. Breaking free from every bind. Social talk and politics. Every voice breaks through the matrix. Commentary raw and true. For the many, not the few. Revolutionary waves, they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral light. Social talk and politics. Every voice breaks through the matrix. Commentary raw and true. For the many, not the few. Revolutionary waves.